Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now.
The Mariners are back in action tonight with a series opener against the Rockies. They are at home. Now, I'm very much expecting that these crowds for the next several games here are going to be sold out. Why? Because in each of the next two games, the Mariners either have a chance to clinch a playoff spot or a chance to clinch the AL West. Maybe even both by Thursday. And then you still want to keep going because meanwhile, Cal Raleigh's chasing 60 home runs. Will he get over 60 home runs? This is going to be an electric final week of the season. Let's talk about the Mariners potentially clinching a playoff spot as early as tonight. Bump, Curtis was talking a bit about how this feels a bit different from 2022. Now, that year we knew that the Mariners in all likelihood would clinch a spot, but there was something about Cal's now famous pinch hit walk-off home run. The drought's finally ended, and in that moment it's like, we're just happy to be here. I just, for the first time in my teenagehood, much less adult life, I'm seeing Mariners in the playoffs, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I haven't seen this since I was in like middle school. This feels a little bit different, though. Do you think?
Yeah, I think it does because this team is better than that team. I think with that team, you were trying to sneak into the playoffs. Maybe we get a shot. Who knows what happens when you get into the playoffs. With this team, it's like, you better make the playoffs. Come on, man. You got all this talent over here. Your rotation is back on point. The AL West is down. The AL is down. You are talented. Yeah, this one is like, you better make the playoffs, whereas in 2022, it was like, I hope we make the playoffs. And I think expectations are different once you get in. With the Mariners in 2022, it was go out there, have fun, go on a run. Let's see what happens. With this one, it's win a series or two. We think you are capable of doing that. So it's their doing. It's because of what they showed us, the talent that they've displayed, and the historic season that Cal is having. It all builds up to this moment to where you expect them to make it, and you expect them to play well once they get into the playoffs.
Do you think that players feel that way? Like, it's one thing for me as someone who covers the team or for fans listening to say, hey, they should win not just the AL West, but the 2 seed. Like, that should be something they're very capable of doing, and therefore my expectations for the postseason as a whole have completely changed. But do you think players feel that? Yeah,
for sure. I think they look around the room and they see talent, the clubhouse. They see talent. I think they feel it. I think they have expectations for themselves. When you play on a good team and you feel like you have a chance to win every single game, you move different, you talk different, you walk different. When you play on a team that's just a scrappy team, you never know. You go in realizing that you're underdog. So, no, I think that they understand who they are. And I think who they are to them is a team that is capable of going all the way. In 2022, I don't think anyone thought they were going to go all the way. I don't think people on the team thought they can go all the way. I think they looked at it the same way I did. Like, I don't know, we'll see, maybe.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Hey, let's just go in there and give it our best. Yeah. But with this team, players know. And they might say, I don't look at the standings. I don't look at stats and all that. They are liars. We all did it. We all look. We all compare. And I think they look across the league and feel like they are one of the best, if not the best team in the AL.
Well, how far could they go? Cut one. Let's go to Doug Glanville.
I mean, they could win it all. They absolutely could. They have the personnel. They have the offense. They have the pitching. And, they seem to have the belief, too, because the way they're coming, they went into Houston and wiped them out on their home field against some of their best pitchers. It just shows, where they are. And there's a lot at stake, of course, in the next 6 days, the next 6 games. But they're a team that has power, especially after the trades they made for Suarez and Josh Naylor. And they have starters that can really take care of business in a 7-game series, and they have a back end of the bullpen. So, with Cal Raleigh in the middle of all that, they are a tough team.
Do they have what it takes to win it all?
I think they do. I think just like the AL, though, they're going to need a little bit of help. Like something weird has to happen. But I think there's enough talent. I think they can go home run for home run with anybody. I think they can go pitch for pitch with anybody. I think defensively they are solid. And if the role players continue to contribute the way that they have, yeah, most definitely. Am I betting my house on it? No. But do I think that would I put down a little $20 bet in Vegas?
A little $20 bet in Vegas?
I'll do that for sure.
Curtis, would you be betting your house on it? Can this team go all the way?
I would not bet my house on it, but I think just looking at the landscape of the American League, there's no other team right now that matches up pound for pound with the Mariners. It's just a reality. Like, there's glaring holes everywhere you look in the American League, and right now the Mariners are the most put together.
Let's see. We got a bit more here about how far they could get. Let's talk about the idea. This is going to be Carl Ravitch. This is from Brock and Salk the other day, and cut to talking about what he feels that confidence level is with the team, and also the fact that they get to finish out at home.
Yeah, I mean, just a really confident group, knowing they're going home to wrap this whole thing up. Excited about what Seattle will do for them when they get back, and how these fans. I was there in 2001. I know how great that place was. I was there at the Kingdome. Loudest building I'd ever been in, and know how passionate they are about all sports. But it's a baseball city, too, where the Mariners are playing great, and they know going home they're due for a really nice landing, soft landing, and hopefully it's the beginning of what will be an amazing end of September and a great October.
You know, Bump, we've talked so much about Cal season being like a movie, like a storybook season, but when you think about it, the Mariners' potential wrap-up to the regular season here has a chance to be too. Granted, Cal broke Griffey's record on the road, but otherwise, Mariners fans have gotten a chance in 2022 to watch that drought end at home, and they get a chance this year to watch, for the first time since 2001, knock on wood, this team clinch the division at home in front of them.
It's nothing like doing it in front of your people, you know? And I think these fans deserve to have that feeling. Just like they deserved. I mean, I said before on the show that I've never been like a real fanboy, and then someone on the text lines corrected me, and they were absolutely right. 2022, when Cal hit that home run, I was a fanboy.
Oh, yeah, because you and that – I'm so sad you guys will never find each other again, but you and that random person became best friends. Hugging each other, crying.
Lifted them up.
Yeah.
Like, and,
that's your boy.
That's my guy. And I want that. And now, it won't be as dramatic, obviously.
I think you guys should find each other again.
We should. If you're out there, sir, white man.
Misconnections on Craigslist. Hey,
Excuse me, you were a white man with a hat. Now, did he have a beard?
He had a beard.
Okay, well, was he wearing flannel?
He looked like your typical Northwest middle-aged white man.
If you were a white man with a hat and a beard, you may have been staying next to Michael Bumpus in 2022 during Cal's home run.
Yes. If you were out there, IG me. Hit me up. Yeah, it's not going to be as dramatic, obviously, but it's going to be different. And it's almost it's like more pride than excitement, I think. In 2022, it was more excitement. I can't believe this. They're going. Cal hit that bomb. With this one, it's like, yeah, we that. We are them. We have arrived. This team is capable of doing it. So just like the player swag has changed over the last few years, especially the last month with how they've been playing and expectations, I think the reaction from the fans is gonna be different too.
Well, and Curtis mentioned this a bit as part of his answer, the landscape of the American League being really impactful. When you look at 2022, the Yankees were 99-63. Right? Blue Jays, obviously, really, really solid. Rays are in the postseason. Orioles, where we all thought on this, like, maybe they're in an uptick. Maybe they're going to do something. Still hadn't really broken out yet, though. Still working on it. But it's a season where you have your most complete team with as many question marks as I can remember seeing from every other team. And that's evident in the tiebreakers you have over every other team with the exception of New York. Again, why it's important that New York win today so they don't get involved in any of your tiebreak scenarios. That's also something new. I cannot remember being at this time of a year not coming down to the final day wondering if the Texans can just lose or if the Texans can just win or if whatever other team can make this happen for you. Who's the team for a while ago we were joking? Was it the Orioles, Curtis? I can't remember when we were all pretending to be Orioles fans or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, that was a couple of years ago.
Like, I'm just so used to looking at something else completely out of your control, and sometimes it works out and it feels magical. This is different.
Yeah, it is different. You control this thing. You know what I want? I just want to watch the Mariners and the Dodgers play that last series and just have no stress about anything. You know what I mean? I want the celebration started been going down. We know where we're going. I just want to watch that last series and just relax. And I think fans deserve that. I want that more for the people who have been fans for this team forever, more than anything. I just want them to have a stress-free final 4 or 5 games of the season and sit back and prepare for the playoffs, because that's something that they haven't really felt.
Let's talk about getting potentially that bye. This is Eric Kratz from Foul Territory in Cut 3. Take a listen.
I didn't see the Mariners sweeping the Astros, and that really puts them in a different situation. You talk about being able to get that, those days off. You can set your rotation. Where does that give you? That gives everybody that needs a breather that rest. I mean, I think it set them up for a really good run, especially right out of the gate, being able to have the guys they want to match up against the team that they're going to play against.
How do you feel about potentially getting a bye? Because I've seen some people going, well, what if you get a little rusty? What if that can actually be a disadvantage because you kind of cool off a bit? And there have been previous teams that have had that rest, and then all of a sudden maybe it comes back to bite them. The Dodgers potentially being one of those teams, you know that?
If this were football, I'd be all for it.
Yeah.
Because football, you let the body heal. It's a bit more violent. I would like the bye for Cal. Cal deserves the bye. He's played in almost every single game. What does he miss, like 3 games or something like that? But I think there's a possibility that that they get rusty or whatnot. But a bye is a privilege, man. That means you've done so well. You've done everything you're supposed to do during the regular season that you get that bye. I would like to see them keep playing, but I also think that they deserve a break as well. So, there's positives and negatives when it comes to that. Everyone gets to relax. You get your mind right. Your body feels better. But I do understand the concerns with rust because we've seen that happen before.
Also that home field advantage. Now, they may have gone to the playoffs in 2022, but they have not won a game at home in the playoffs since 2001.
Yeah.
So we're still waiting to see that. There's a huge chunk of people that have never seen that.
Yeah.
Again, we were all kids.
You guys were kids.
We were all kids.
I was a teenager.
Someone already gave me a hard time for saying I was in middle school. How old are you?
You're young, though.
Well, the point I'm trying to stress is that it's been a really, really long time since people have seen any of this.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while. And it's exciting. I'm still trying to stay calm, be reserved until the job is finished, and hold my celebrations and my excitement, because I always prepare for the worst. That just is how my mind operates. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it hurts. So I'm sitting back, I'm relaxing, I'm waiting for the boys to get it done, and then I'm going to talk that talk.
Okay, we have kind of a show that's split in half today. Because of the Thursday night Seahawks-Cardinals game, we're going to have the huddle today. So beginning at noon, we're going to be joined by Dave Wyman. We've got interviews with Abe Lucas, Chazz Surratt, who's going to join us at 12:30. We're going to take a listen to the latest from Sam Darnold, and then all of our familiar favorite voices from the huddle are going to join us in the second hour. So it's basically a Seahawks preview to get you ready for prime time. That's coming up beginning at noon, so from noon to 2. So we are going to focus pretty heavily on the Mariners before then, with the exception of Rob Staton joining us at 11. But the latest from Jeff Passan coming up next. You guys are going to want to hear what he's hearing about the Mariners. Right now, though, let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, heading into the final week of the regular season, Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge have identical odds to win AL MVP according to FanDuel. What's the real headline?
But a home run record isn't enough, says team whose player got MVP for setting a home run record. I'm just saying, yes, I know in 2022 that Judge, who hit 62, also had an average over 311, but I think anyone comparing average to this day, I think you're just dumb. I think you're looking at it's a very cherry picking kind of stat when you're comparing two wildly different positions. Oh, also, if Cal is able to get to even 60, that's the first, there's one non-outfielder to have done that.
Yeah.
And he'd be the 7th player ever to do it at all. Obviously, no catchers have done it before. We already know that.
Listen, Judge has played in 83 games. 83 games. All right, Cal has played in, 150-something? 83 games to 150, and he helps on offense. He helps on defense. He's hitting bombs. I saw one argument, too. This guy was like, he's an L.A. fan, too. He said, people are saying, well, Aaron's slugging is better, and his on base is better. He goes, yeah, and he goes, and his OPS is better. He goes, no, what is OPS? You know, you add those two together, of course it's going to be better. But Cal has played in more games than Aaron Judge. I understand the argument for Aaron Judge.
Sure.
I wouldn't be
obviously.
mad if he won. Okay, I get it. All right, there is an argument there. But we're talking about the guy who helps his team the most.
Yeah.
They've won 14 out of 15 games. He's hit something like 7 or 8 bombs during that span. Like, he is the reason why this team is here. Of course, everyone else has contributed, but he's the most valuable piece to any team in the league right now.
That part, I think there are two massive arguments that Yankees fans are intentionally overlooking, and it's being kind of warped in a really unfair way. I don't know a single person on this planet who's making the argument that Cal Raleigh is a better hitter than Aaron Judge. So if that's the argument that he's not a better hitter, well, Judge has a better OPS. Yeah, literally no one's arguing that. But what they are talking about is the most important outcome of any baseball event. The most important outcome is a run. And Cal's added 58 for his team. Well, 58 home runs.
58
Obviously,
bombs.
you've got 121 or so RBI, which is absolutely insane. So that's the first thing. It's no one arguing Cal's a better hitter. It's looking at the holistic view of a player and what he's meant and how valuable he is to his team, which brings you to the next part. I'm seeing so many people throw out defensive metrics about, runs saved, he's -1 or whatever today. I don't think that defensive metrics are at all caught up to where offensive metrics and analytics are in baseball, so it's kind of this disingenuous portrayal of it. But also, how do you measure? There's no stat to go, this guy took a foul tip off his knee in a game and then got hit in the throat and then did that. Like, there's nothing to measure that. There's nothing you can possibly do. You can't measure the trust that pitchers have in someone. You can't measure how successful someone is with calling a game because you'll never have that information. So please tell me how you know definitively that Cal doesn't bring certain things as a leader, as a catcher or whatever. We don't have the metrics to accurately measure that. The best thing you can do is take a listen to what teammates are saying, what pitchers are saying, and all of them look to Cal as a massive leader.
Headline rewrites.
Headline number 2, the Lions held off the Ravens 38-30 on Monday Night Football. What's the real headline?
Ravens might be the best 1-2 team in the league.
Man, that was a heavyweight fight. I enjoy seeing that. Oh man, I got my facts wrong. Just played at 146. Sorry. But watching that game made me realize that the Hawks still have a step or two to go when it comes to just the physicality that they want. I think that they're moving in the right direction. I think that because the Detroit Lions and the Ravens, it wasn't built overnight. This is something that's been going down for the Ravens, 5-6 years, for the Detroit Lions, 3, 4, 5 years. But you see those teams go at it the way that they did, and you realize that there's another step that this team needs to take, and I think they're moving in the right direction, and they can do it. But to see the Ravens get ran on like that, that was something that I haven't seen before. What, they have over 20 yards, something like that, I believe, on the ground.
They had more rushing than passing.
Yeah.
I think it was a heavy
It was a
day.
physical game. You got Campbell, who calls a 4th down late in the game, calls a play to Monroe St. Brown. There's just a grit that those two teams have that is rare in the NFL. And I'm excited to see the pursuit that the Hawks have to get in, to be able just to sit at the table with those guys and say, we can play that type of ball.
I will say, I know that we're only 3 games into this season, okay? But Mina Kimes talking about the Ravens being 31st in success rate against the run. She talked about how thinking the offense will be fine, though, but she's a little more concerned about the Ravens' defense, which is 32nd against the run. I don't know. Basically saying, no concerns about the offense, but that defense sure is struggling early. And it's really interesting because you mentioned this, I think, the other day, that these teams where we have these perceptions of who they are as a team, Steelers, defense, that they're one of the worst defenses in the league right now. Baltimore Ravens, you always think defense, that they're struggling a lot defensively right now against the run. And it's just interesting to wonder if those trends will hold steady. And granted, our perceptions of teams don't always match up with their strengths. The Chiefs last made it to a Super Bowl because their defense was so elite, and the offense caught up, and obviously Patrick Mahomes is elite himself. But the defense, I would say the last 2 times, is kind of what lifted them there. So sometimes the narratives don't always match up, but I'm still surprised even then. Last year these defenses were solid. I'm surprised by the dip they've taken.
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, Jackson Dart has officially been named the Giants' starting quarterback. What's the real headline?
I fear Russ is officially cooked.
Yeah, we knew this was going to happen. It was a matter of time. Russ wasn't there to save the franchise, to resurrect the Giants nation. No, he was there to fill in the gap. And you knew once they put Jackson Dart as the number two quarterback, this was going to happen. You got Jameis Winston over there. They put him at the number 3. It was only a matter of time. Russ had a moment. Week 2, he had a moment where if they would have pulled that game off and his stats held up, and the following week you come back and play some good ball, that was his window of opportunity to kind of take this team over and make it his. And he just wasn't able to do it. I felt so bad for that dude in the red zone, throwing the ball in the back of the end zone, hitting the goalpost, not giving his team a chance to win the ball game. Like it was just not the Russell Wilson we used to see him. 14 years in the game. It's officially a wrap for Russell Wilson, man. Great career, Super Bowl champion. He's done a lot of great things, but it's time to move on. That's why they drafted Jackson Dart, though. We knew this was going to happen.
It felt a little bit like Russ as a player stumbled while still in Seattle. I think the most common thing I've heard people say is looking maybe especially at that Buffalo game when they turned the ball over, maybe he did himself 4 times, and being like, this is when things changed. And I don't always think there's one specific turning point. For instance, the rest of the league still thought Russell was really elite when he first went to Denver. You know what I mean? It's not like people were going, oh, Denver got a lemon. That was not the narrative by any means. But I'm wondering kind of when it shifted and what happened.
I think it shifted in Denver. I think Sean Payton did something to him mentally that jacked him up. And then obviously, I mean, Father Time, he's slowing down a bit. He's not as mobile as he used to be. But the environment matters, man. You get the most out of people when they're in an environment that's conducive to their personality and just how they operate. And then, you know, I heard Doug Baldwin, it was on a podcast with Mike Robin and Marshawn Lynch. And Doug Baldwin was concerned about the people who are surrounding Russell Wilson, who he surrounded himself with. And felt like Russell was trying to be something that physically he just wasn't able to be anymore. Yeah. And I think that's part of it too, man. Russell wanted to elevate himself into superstar status, which is fine, right? Why wouldn't you want to be a superstar and be the best? But sometimes you got to come back to reality. So you combine that, the way that his mental was with the decline in his physical, and just the Sean Payton experiment, man. It was bound to happen.
Jeff Passan shares something he heard about the Mariners, and you're going to want to hear it. That's next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan with Brock and Salk.
How complete is this Mariner team right now?
You know, we have a story coming out on ESPN.com. I think it's tomorrow. First question, what's the boldest prediction you've heard from an MLB executive or scout? Passan, the Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series. If you just objectively look at what the Mariners are doing right now, they've had the best offense in Major League Baseball in the month of September.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. It's an easy drive of I-5. You get off exit 260 and you are there. Listen to a podcast, playlist, whatever you do that, hop on I-5 and you're there. They got an amazing steakhouse at the Portis Bay Sports Bar as well. When you're ready to sit down, watch the game, relax, it's full of entertainment. And my golfers, they have you covered as well. 18 holes at Loomis Trails with almost water on every hole. Hit the fairway, be patient, you'll be fine. And also, Molly Hatchet is bringing their iconic Southern Rock to the event center at Silver Reef on Saturday, September 27th. Prepare for unforgettable nights with hits like Flirtin' with Disaster and Gator Country. You know I know those songs. Mark your calendar for Saturday, September 27th. Tickets are on sale now and start at just $30. If you're interested, visit silverreefcasino.com. That's silverreefcasino.com.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. The spouse says, "Thank you. I really have my partner back, better than before." That's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at revivemenshealth.com.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless for $15 a month plan that I've been enjoying. It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile today.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio. Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Do you need a new roof? Then visit 3treeroofing.com to get $500 off your roofing project by scheduling a free estimate. 3Tree Roofing's certified team builds a custom plan for your home using top-tier materials with industry-leading warranties. All of their install crews are factory certified to ensure that your roof can handle any weather Seattle can throw our way. Don't wait until leaks turn into expensive damage this rainy season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today and secure your $500 discount. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You guys are going to like hearing what Jeff Passan has to say and what he's hearing about the Seattle Mariners. Let's start right away with Cut 12. Here's Jeff this morning with Brock and Salk.
You know, we have a story coming out on ESPN.com. The whole baseball writing staff has been asked to just go around and chat with sources and pick their brains about the playoffs. And first question, what's the boldest prediction you've heard from an MLB executive or scout? Passan, the Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series. Like, that's where we're at this point, guys. And this is not two things. One, this is an evaluator who has been around for a very long time, has seen a lot of things, and whose opinion I trust. But the other part is he's not the only one who thinks that.
I am most intrigued by the very last line. Not only is it someone that he trusts, he's not the only one that thinks that. He's talking about executives. He's talking about people who have been in MLB front offices or currently in front offices or scouts around the league, well-connected people who know how to evaluate baseball teams. Is that person going to be right? I don't know. I have no idea. It's really hard for me to believe it just because I've never seen it with this team. But this is the most optimistic in a fair, sensible way. Bump, there have been seasons when the Mariners have been kind of a sexy pick, the same way that the Cardinals were. That's like just random teams that haven't done anything but have something intriguing enough where they go, ooh, look at King Felix. Man, this team, they got Kyle Seager. They just added Nelson Cruz. Like, there have been certain iterations of this team where people go, well, maybe, and it's never happened. This is the only time I can think of where that belief came only after they'd proven things.
That's the best belief, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Like
it's not based on
hype and all that stuff.
Yeah.
We were sold a couple of years ago that this was a World Series type of team, and I think most organizations go into the season really thinking they have a shot because essentially you do. There are some who just know, right? We're rebuilding for the next couple of seasons. They've earned that expectation. They've earned the talk that they have created amongst the baseball world, but they still have some things to prove. Like, they've proven that they can hang with the big dogs, that they have enough firepower, the rotation's good, but there's still some steps that need to be taken. But the fact that they're being talked about that way in the baseball world by baseball minds that we know and probably respect, it's fun to hear, but still got to do it.
Well, and you got to do it while worrying about Brian Woo's pec injury. Had a a stellar start against Houston on Friday, and then obviously left with just 67 pitches in Kupp 14. Here's Jeff.
I don't know what caused this with Brian Woo, but if it is as minimal as the Mariners are hoping, I think we'll see Brian Woo out there in Game 1 of the postseason. And I think he'll be just fine. But you know what I think the closest thing to liken it to is, Brock? It's an oblique. It's in the same general area, and recurrence is more frequent than you would like. But, hopefully for the sake of the Mariners, this was just a one-time thing. And I know Brian Woo's been getting treatment the last few days, and there's optimism right now, but it's optimism that can vanish very quickly because of the nature of the injury.
You can hear Brock almost sound like more concerned after hearing it's like an oblique. Like, oh.
Yeah.
Wait, what? No.
Oblique is everything.
No. What's your concern level?
It's high, because he's been the best pitcher on this staff all year. And if you don't have your number one guy out there, the chances of winning go down, especially the oblique, man. I mean, everything, obviously it starts at the foundation with your legs and stuff, but the twist and the torquing that your body does, that's oblique.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you are snapping your upper half through and trying to create velocity, and if he's not able to do that confidently, we know what happens. His balls are going to be left over the plate. He's not going to hit his spots. So, yeah, I am concerned. Until they tell me Woo is 100%, until I see him surpass maybe 25 pitches and makes me believe, and I see him hit 97, 98, then I will calm down. But until then, I am extremely concerned.
Right now, Fangraphs gives the Mariners an 18% chance to win the World Series, which is surprisingly the highest of all teams. That includes National League leaders like the Brewers and Phillies. Cut 16. Jeff was asked whether he's surprised by that.
Fangraphs thinks, and not Fangraphs as if it's a human being, but the computers that the very smart people at Fangraphs use, that they believe that the Mariners have greater than a 1 in 5 chance of winning the World Series, a number that's significantly higher than any other team in baseball. The next best team is the Dodgers. The Mariners are at 21.5%. The Dodgers are at 14.2%. The Yankees are at 13.2%. The Blue Jays at 11.5%. The Phillies at only 9.6%.
Why do you think it's so high?
I think it's recency bias. I think you win 14 out of 15 games. You have who I think the AL MVP on your roster. You have Julio, who's put together a great start to his career quietly behind Cal Raleigh and everything that's going on there. You have Polanco, who's just a double machine looking like, you know what, and let's talk about Polanco. If there's anything that this organization is patting themselves on the back about, it has to be Polanco, because this man was booed at one point, wasn't playing great ball, and now he's there. It's because you can go like 1 through 5, 1 through 6, and any team would take that player right now based off the way they're playing. I think it's what they've done as of late, and I think it's the historic season that Cal and Julio put together.
Speaking of Cal's historic season in Cut 18, Jeff Passan was asked if Cal and Judge could end up being co-MVPs.
Like, it has to be really, really lucky, because I don't think you're going to have Cal Raleigh getting 15 first-place votes and Aaron Judge getting 15 second-place votes and vice versa. But I suppose that's possible, because I don't think there's anybody else who's going to get a first or second place vote this year. Like, if you want to say Bobby Witt Jr., Bobby Witt's been great. He has not been as good as Aaron Judge or Cal Raleigh. Jose Ramirez has been awesome, not as good. And the only time I believe was fact check me on this, 1979. I think it was Willie Stargell and Keith Hernandez.
I think that this will end up being a very tight race, but not a tie. But I think that he's right, and that there's no one else that's going to be garnering a lot of votes. But I hear so many people split. Not only are the odds 50-50, but I mean, there are very smart baseball people that have made wonderful arguments for either guy. Obviously, here in Seattle, we're going to have some bias, and we're going to go with Cal, but I think this is going to be a very, very, very close race.
Yeah, it should be. You can just tell by the conversations that are being had surrounding these two. It's going to be tight. I would hate a tie. I'd rather Cal finish second place than tie. Just make a decision and give someone the crown. But it should be tight. These are the only two names you're hearing about when it comes to the MVP race in this league. So, and it's deserved, man. I just want it to all be over already. Get it over with.
All right. So we are going to get back to the Seahawks coming up at 11 with Rob Staton of Seahawks Draft Blog joining us. We have a quick turnaround here looking at a Thursday night game against the Arizona Cardinals in prime time. So we've got some questions about the Cardinals, obviously looking back at that win over the Saints, 44 points. What's it mean? Most you've scored in 2 years, but how much can you take from it when it wasn't entirely your offense? And also some really encouraging things from a defense that's limited opponents to 17 points or fewer in 3 consecutive games. Taking a look around the timeline, getting back to the MVP debate at 11:30. You will not believe this, but some New York hosts think it should absolutely be Judge's Award. So we're going to revisit this conversation. What I Need to Know is coming your way early. Get your questions in anytime over the next hour. 866-979-3776. Hype Train coming your way next on your home for the Mariners playoff push. Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
It's been a while since we talked magic number around here. You know, this team does that, or whoever beats the other whoever, and yeah, it's a lot. So here's a nerd who can help.
The Mariners win 3 games, Mariners win 1, the Astros lose 2, or a combination of the Tigers, the Red Sox.
Hey, thanks, Lefko. Steamrolling toward the postseason tonight. Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40.
Chants of the crowd getting louder and louder.
On the home of your first place Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
The best managers are really good observers and communicators. Listen to your team, whatever they have to say, even if it's right, wrong, or indifferent. For me, that's kind of everything. I like to have my team feel like they're a part of something. They can contribute to the growth of this place.
The Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do.
For me personally, it started with Brett and Todd. They identified, what their core values were about, and in turn that drew people with similar core values to them. It's why my dad wanted to come back here. When he got to a certain point in his career that just the paycheck and the financial statements were not fulfilling enough for him, he wanted to get back to where it was a family.
Love and respect aren't just policies. They're what make the Lee Johnson Auto family feel like home.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Mariners fans, it's time to bring the noise to T-Mobile Park. This lineup is loaded up and locked in from every moonshot.
Now Raleigh obliterates this. How far? Way back there.
To every how in the world did he catch that moment?
And Julio makes the catch. No fly zone in full effect.
Be here as the squad shuts the door and lights the W.
Munoz looking for the final out. Here's the stretch, and the strike three called, and the ball game is over.
This is our house.
They're going crazy here at T-Mobile Park.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Be here this week as the Mariners fight for their spot in the postseason. The action gets started with 3 straight value games against the Rockies tonight through Thursday. Then don't miss a star-studded showdown against Ohtani and the defending World Series champion Dodgers Friday to Sunday. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Maura Dooley here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 26th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 26th at woiseattle.org.
The push to the playoffs lives.
The catch made by Julio. He throws to second base. The double play.
On the home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug, and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
getting back to the Seahawks with Rob Staton in 15. Before we do, let's head to the station for Hype Train. Our first one in, odds to win the AL MVP are even for Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge. We already know Aaron Judge is putting up a historic season, but so is Cal Raleigh. Now, New York fans are hating on Raleigh's average being pretty low. Cal's OPS isn't high enough. I mean, those OPS plus is still like absolutely unreal. But again, Aaron Judge putting up some crazy numbers. This is your Hype Train, though. Cal Raleigh's done enough to win AL MVP. Curtis.
I am going to board this train, and I'm going to tell you why. Because 58 home runs is ridiculous from any position, let alone catcher. Like, have we not fully grasped that yet? And I'm not just talking to our listening audience. I'm talking to the haters, the East Coast media elites out there that are that are trying to make this case for Aaron Judge. And it's like, okay, but if you take Aaron Judge off the Yankees, they're still a pretty good team. If you take Cal Raleigh off this team, the Mariners, had a lot of reinforcements at the trade deadline, but I don't think they're a playoff team without Cal Raleigh on their squad. So, yes, I think Cal Raleigh has absolutely done enough to win the AL MVP. I also think one thing that's going to work in Cal Raleigh's favor might be some voter fatigue with Aaron Judge, which is a real thing. Even though people don't want to admit it, it happens in every sport. It's why LeBron James only has, I think, 4 MVP trophies, because you could make the case that he's the MVP every single year in the NBA. It's why nobody besides Barry Bonds has 4 MVP trophies in Major League Baseball. We've seen Trout miss out on MVP titles. So, I think Cal Raleigh has done enough to win the AL MVP, so that's why I'm boarding.
Well, and I'm boarding as well. Speaking of fatigue, Shohei Ohtani had a fantastic case, obviously still with the Angels for AL MVP back in 2022, but ended up missing out on it because why? Aaron Judge hit 62 home runs and became the sixth player ever to do that, in the first one since, I think, Bonds in 2001. That was a massive feat. People were interrupting sports news to watch his ABs to see how far he could get, and the record obviously ends up breaking Roger Maris's set since, 60-something? Just
61.
61, thank you. An absolutely crazy moment, and he deserved it. But a big part of the argument was, look at him making history. And I've seen so many Yankee fans say, well, if you could have either one of these players on your team, which one would you take? I mean, right now, the one that's most important to the Mariners is Cal Raleigh. And I think that is disingenuous. It forces people to question which one is the better hitter, which doesn't really encapsulate all that this award is about. I think another equally biased but kind of comparative question is saying, like, well, I don't know. I mean, take the pinstripes off Aaron Judge and put him on Cal Raleigh. Now, do you want him to be MVP? Like, I'm sorry, but I think that argument is also fair because there's actually some pretty convincing ones you could make for Cal Raleigh, and I think Yankees fans are just fairly defending their guy, just like Seattle fans are defending theirs. Yes, I think Cal has absolutely done enough to win AL MVP. We just need to stop constantly treating it like it's just purely, like it's not a silver slugger. Like it's more than that. It's more nuanced than that. Exactly. And it's not Cal's fault that the average baseball fan really doesn't understand how much a catcher does.
They don't know ball.
What's next? They don't know ball, bro. Next up, sticking with the Mariners for this one. Mariners have a chance to clinch a playoff spot with a win tonight, plus a Yankees win over the White Sox. Now, the cool news is that the Yankees and White Sox first pitch is at 4:05, which means by 6:40, Curtis, I'd say the odds of us, we should have a pretty good idea, barring extra innings, of whether or not the Yankees won. So you will know long before the end of the Mariners game whether or not they're going to clinch that, which means if you're at the park tonight, not only will you know, but you'll get to celebrate if the Yankees win, and obviously the Mariners do. That's your Hype Train. It'll happen. The Mariners clinch a playoff spot tonight.
I think it happens. We're boarding this train. Put the champagne on ice. I don't know if it'll get popped, though. I don't think there's going to be a huge celebration within the clubhouse if they do win. I think they'll definitely celebrate with the fans, and they'll come out and they'll tip their caps, and everybody will have a good old time, and people will be super excited in the stands. I think it'll be a little more subdued tonight because there's bigger things on the horizon for this Mariners team. But yeah, the Yankees are playing the second worst team in baseball. The Mariners are playing the worst team in baseball. The Mariners and Yankees still need to keep winning in order to seal their postseason fates. So yes, I think it absolutely happens. You could not be in a better situation right now if you're the Mariners looking to clinch, because everything is coming up Seattle right now.
Yeah, by no means would I call myself an athlete. As a very short person, though, if I was in a race with a 6-year-old, I sure hope I would win. And that's kind of like how I feel about both these teams tonight, where I'm like, what are you doing here? You should absolutely win these games. There have been series that the Rockies have won, and some upsets that they've had where other teams have been just purely embarrassed. The same with the White Sox, but I just don't see either happening today. I think that they should win that race just like I should. Is it out of the question that I'm beat by a 6-year-old? No, it's really not. And Curtis can probably attest to that. Is it out of the question the Mariners and Yankees lose? No, of course not. But it sure does feel inevitable today. So yes, boarding this train. Mariners clinch a playoff spot tonight. Next up, we are headed to the NFL for this one. News this morning from Jordan Renan of ESPN. Russell Wilson benched in favor of rookie Jackson Dart, but this is your hype train, Curtis. We will see Russell Wilson start again for the Giants this year.
I think the only way he sees the field again this year is if an injury were to happen to Jackson Dart. And I think Dart is he's the future for the Giants. I don't know if he's going to be a star or not, remains to be seen. But when you make a first-round investment in a quarterback like that, once you hand the job over to him, it's usually his for the remainder of the season. So I am not boarding this train. And also, I kind of think that Russ may end up, I don't know if he asks out of New York or whatnot. Maybe a team that is needy for a quarterback makes a trade for him. I know Kirk Cousins is another guy that could get moved before the trade deadline. 2 veteran options there, but I just don't see Russell Wilson starting another game for the Giants in 2025. So not boarding this train.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, man. I don't think so, and I think it'll be out of stubbornness, and this is like you barring injury. This isn't a great Giants offensive line. It's the entire reason they hesitated putting Jackson Dart out there in the first place, was because they didn't want to put him at risk and thought, let's just roll with a veteran. We're rebuilding. We don't want to injure our guy. So again, this is all barring injury. I just think it looks horrible for Raible. It looks horrible for everyone over there. If you look like you just got this guy in the first round, even later in the first round, and then you're giving up on him and putting in a guy who was struggling. I know bad teams often have quarterback carousels, but I don't think you can afford one. You're kind of on your final straw in New York. So no, I don't think we're going to see Russ again this year. And I think that means I lose my donut bet with Bump. Ooh. I was so sure Rodgers would retire. I was so confident Rodgers would retire. And him playing at all really ruined this for me, Curtis. So tough stuff. I mean, technically right now, Russ has more passing yards.
He does.
You know?
He threw for like 480 2 weeks ago.
He's still 6th overall in the league. I'm right now, you know what I mean? I'm still leading this bet. We'll see what ends up happening.
I saw Nate Tice of Yahoo Sports basically sum up Russ right now. He's like, yeah, it's hard to throw a deep bomb when you're already in the red zone, and that's kind of
that's exactly. That was one of the worst
struggles. Yeah,
that was one of the worst red zone sequences I've ever seen. I was getting into it with someone earlier on the text line who was saying we were talking about when it all went downhill for us, and they were like, in the 2014 NFC Championship game. I was like, absolutely not. I do think the tides turned in Seattle, and the rest of the league hadn't quite clued in on it. But I do not think it was in 2014, 2 weeks before going to Super Bowl 49. Rob Staton, is he feeling better about this wide receiver group after a big Week 3 win? And what does some big injury news in the NFC West mean for Seattle? That's next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
We look forward to it each and every week. Look at that smile. He's already smiling.
This is a really good Seattle team that looks like a division winner. They're playing like it, and their closest competition, their flaws are showing up in the worst possible time. So they should win the division. They probably will. The Seattle Mariners right now are the best team in the American League West, and there are plenty of people who think they might be the best team in the entire league.
See the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
It's G. Scott. School's back, and it's rally time. Time to rally around the campaign to keep kids healthy. Kids need fruits and veggies to grow strong and stay focused, but for families on tight budgets, that's not easy. Safeway and the Washington State Department of Health have teamed up and need your help. Every dollar you donate at Safeway checkout helps families in need. And with SNAP Produce Match, they get twice as much for the dollar. Next time you're at Safeway, please donate to keep kids healthy.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car. What about when you want to sell your car, though? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how can you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Stacy Rost here, and that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. They've already given back over $800,000 to their customers. You can go to the website to see pictures of giant checks for yourself. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're wondering right now. How are they able to do it? It's not a consignment because you get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value. No more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage, no more headaches. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. It's just that simple. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com. That's WayscarFord.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
What's going on, Seattle fans? It's Cliff Averill here. I'm inviting you to come hang out with me for a free game day viewing party at Muckleshoot Casino Resort for some Thursday night football on September 25th when the Hawks take on Arizona. We'll be watching on the big screen, giving away prizes, and I'll be chatting football with Seattle sports producer Maura Dooley. Join me Thursday, September 25th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com. Please game responsibly.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Giants have benched Russell Wilson in favor of rookie Jackson Dart per ESPN's Jordan Renaud. New York will host the undefeated Chargers at MetLife on Sunday. The Mariners open a series at home today against the Rockies at 6:40. As a reminder, the M's have a chance to clinch a playoff spot today with a win over Colorado plus a Yankees win over the White Sox. Those two teams face off at 4, so we'll probably know that result before first pitch. Finally, Oklahoma State has fired head football coach Mike Gundy after 20 years on the job. The Cowboys went 3-9 last year and off to a 1-2 start with a loss to Tulsa last week.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Seahawks draft blog's Rob Staton joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. And Rob, it was a big win for the Seahawks. I'm trying to figure out how much they can take away from a win over a bad team. Dropping 44 points is great. Most they've scored in 2 years. But what does it actually tell you about this Seahawks team?
I personally can take a lot out of that because the games over here kick off at about 9 p.m. and the last thing you want is any kind of stress on a Sunday at 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. So over the years, the Seahawks have been very good at making these games closer than they need to be. So to sort of sit back and enjoy and bask in a comfortable win that was over by the end of the first quarter was great for us. How much can they take away from it? I think actually probably more than people think, because the Seahawks outcoached the New Orleans Saints. They have shown that they can win games in a variety of different ways, and this time it was more on the special teams. They're going to need that a little bit down the road to know that they're capable of doing that. The defense continues to play very well, and to see those defensive backs step up to the plate when you haven't got Devin Witherspoon, when you haven't got Julian Love, I think that is a real positive there. And then when you look at the offense, it was not a game where you needed to lean on the offense at all. But for Sam Darnold to play as well as he did, for the pass protection to be good, for your receivers to play well again, I think there's probably quite a lot of positive to take from that.
Hey, tell me overall what you've seen from Sam Darnold through three weeks, because he was obviously one of the most massive stories for this team heading into the season, and yet each week it's felt like we're talking about a different non-Sam Darnold topic. So what have you seen overall from him this year?
I think he's been really good. There is very little emotion coming from him, whether something goes wrong, like a couple of interceptions in Pittsburgh, or whether something goes right. He just seems so level-headed. He is attacking the middle of the field in these last 2 weeks. You can see that he's got that physical quality that made him the 3rd overall pick back in the day. When he's running one way, he can throw across his body and do it with accuracy. He can test opponents downfield. There's an awful lot to like about him, and I'm just really encouraged. There's a reason why he is currently PFF's top-graded quarterback after 3 weeks. So I think this is a really good start. And in fairness to him, people were always going to go, did the Seahawks make the right decision going to Sam Darnold? Should they have kept Geno Smith? And I think through 3 weeks, the fact that we are not really talking about that much at all is a credit to him. It's a credit to Clint Kubiak, and it's a credit to the way the Seahawks have handled this situation. So let's hope that he can continue to play at this level, because this is a very encouraging start.
Credit Mike McDonald as well. His defense, I don't want to say his defense, obviously the head coach, but his defense has held opponents to 17 points or fewer now in 3 consecutive starts. I feel like I'm so blown away by the defensive line. You mentioned them playing so well without Witherspoon this past week, without Love, certainly without Eamon Worry, though we don't know what kind of impact he's going to have on this defense quite yet. But tell me what you've seen, maybe especially from that front seven, but from the defense as a whole.
It's the defensive tackles. You know, they're a 3-headed monster, which is really fun to watch. Jaron Reed, for me, is one of the more underrated players in the league, just because of the attitude that he brings, and that's the way that he solidifies the interior. He does have a bit more pass rush than I think perhaps people outside of Seattle realize. You've seen Byron Murphy take a huge step forward. Leonard Williams is just, I don't think there's a better defensive tackle in terms of performance in the NFL from, I don't know, week 10 last season onwards and into this season. He's just consistently disruptive. He should have had another sack at the weekend, but it was taken away for a ridiculous penalty. It's a privilege to watch Leonard Williams playing for the Seahawks. And then when you pair him alongside Jaron Reed and Byron Murphy, there's not another team in the league that can field 3 players of that quality on the interior. And then, look, the pass rushers, they're not getting those easy sacks. You're not sort of seeing a Maffei or a Hall or Lawrence or Nwosu so far screaming off the edge, leveling a quarterback. They're not racking up the stats in terms of sacks, but they are pushing tackles back into the quarterback. They are creating pressures. I think that's the next step now. It's for them to get a few more of those easy wins, to get a few more of those sacks. If they can do that, this promises to be a really good defense. And the work that they've done on the secondary with the depth they've got there, because the cornerback position in particular looked light going into the season, and now it looks loaded. So I think you've got to give Carl Scott a lot of credit, Mike McDonald, Adam Durdy. Got to give a shout out to the British guy that's on the staff. You know, they've done a really good job with this unit, and you imagine that if everybody stays healthy, it can be one of the best units in the league this year.
I absolutely agree with that when it comes to the defense. Heading back to the offense here, and I want to kind of not compare and contrast to the Rams so much as just talk about how good the Rams have looked so far and whether or not the Seahawks as a complete team are giving you that same confidence. I mean, the Rams looked very much like they were going to beat the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles just somehow still an unstoppable team. No surprise they're still a favorite for the Super Bowl. But given just how good Stafford has looked with Puka, Nakua, with Adams, I'm wondering, like, can the Seahawks offense keep pace? I have very few critiques coming from a game in which they dropped 44, but if I had one, it's not like the offense was absolutely phenomenal dropping 44. You had a lot on special teams. They still struggled to convert some third downs. So is there something you're still waiting to see from the offense? Or conversely, Rob, maybe you feel way more optimistic than I do, and there's a lot you've seen that you love.
I think it's the run blocking. They've got to be better in the run blocking. They're not creating easy yardage in the running game. It does seem to be a lot of, tackle for a loss, get stalled at the line. Oh, look, and then, they get a 7 or 8 yarder and they're able to sort of progress that way. It needs to be more consistent with the run blocking. You mentioned the Rams. They look absolutely terrifying for about 3/4 of that game against the Eagles. They look like the best team in the NFC. And you're looking at that and thinking, my word, I have totally underestimated how good this Rams team is. I've got that completely wrong. They are legit. They might be the best team in the conference. And then they just threw it away. Like, I was watching it on Red Zone, and as the game was going on, I kept looking up, and it's like, oh, the Eagles have scored again, and the Eagles have scored again, and now Jordan Davis is having the game of his life. Now he's sprinting 19 miles an hour, 70 yards for a block kick return touchdown.
Horrible news. I was playing Jalen Hurts. It was awful in fantasy.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to make of the Rams, because on the one hand, it's okay looking really good for 3/4 of a game, but if they then throw it away at the end, I don't know whether to think that they're legit or whether they're actually susceptible, that if you just get out of your own way, like the Eagles didn't do for 3/4 of that game, then you might be able to handle them. So it's a shame we have to wait till November to watch the Seahawks play the Rams, because that would be a fascinating game. But I think the Seahawks are building slowly. It's very frustrating that they lost the game that I traveled to Seattle to see, and then they've won the next 2. But I think that they are building gradually. This is a fascinating game against the Cardinals. If they can win that one, get a win in the NFC West, go to 3-1, then I think we're going to be spending that little mini bye before the Buccaneers game, thinking the Seahawks are on the right track here.
Rob, let's continue to peek around the NFC West, because there was some massive injury news, as you know, with Nick Bosa done for the season with a torn ACL. I should also mention James Conner, needing surgery for an ankle injury as well, suffered in the Cardinals game against the 49ers. Each team loses a pretty major player there. How does that impact the West, especially considering still 2 to play against Arizona, 1 against San Francisco?
Not for me to want to give any credit to the San Francisco 49ers, but given all of the injuries that they've had, to be 3-0, you're going to have to take your hat off to them and say well done to them. But this might be the the straw that breaks the camel's back. Losing your best player, Nick Bosa. I don't know how they're going to survive this latest setback and continue to keep winning these tight games. They beat the Cardinals by a point. They were a little bit fortunate at the end to beat the Seahawks. They didn't play amazingly well against the Saints. You've got to feel that this catches up with them a little bit. Maybe the Jaguars will beat them this weekend. I have to say, don't want to rule out Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a good coach. They have Fred Warner is unbelievable. Like, he's a predator. He's just unbelievable to watch. I wish he didn't play for the Niners. I wish he played for someone else so I could enjoy him even more. When you've got quality players like that, they're always going to be a threat. But I just think that this might be an injury too far for them. And then for the Cardinals, I don't know what everybody else thought. I watched that Cardinals-Niners game with half an eye on it on Red Zone. I just feel like the Cardinals are who they've been for the last 2 years. They can give anybody a game, but they don't quite have enough difference makers to sort of really worry about them. Hope that's not going to be famous last words ahead of this Thursday, but the Seahawks handled the Cardinals last season twice. I'm hoping they're going to do it again on Thursday. I think that Kyler Murray versus Mike McDonald defense is a bad matchup for the Cardinals, so I'm optimistic that they're going to win that game.
No, I'm with you. I think every year the Cardinals are this sexy pick because they seemingly on paper have enough talent where you go, well, God, Kyler Murray, he's got that, maybe that kind of like potential to finally take off, but he's never consistently getting there. And then you think, oh God, Marvin Harrison Jr., how could I overlook him? They added Sweat, tried to re-up the defense and really improve that, and it looks kind of like how you thought, where they're still going to hurt themselves sometimes. Trey McBride is still their leading receiver. Like, everything is kind of what you expected. I actually want to get back to the Seahawks offense a little bit. You and I both shared a concern after week 1, and it was, oh God, we were both more optimistic than national critics when it came to this wide receiver room. You know where I'm going to go with this one. And then we left week 1 and we went, what if they were right? Like, what if they might have to make a midseason trade? What if there's still a lot of waiting that we're going to have to do to find an answer here? And that was with knowing that JSN looked exceptional and has continued to look really solid. And then came Torrey Horton with just an explosive play on special teams, 3 touchdowns in 2 weeks. Do you think the Seahawks have found their answer to where that explosiveness can come from?
I hope so. Now, Torrey Horton is playing ever so well, and he, to me, going into sort of the draft process, everybody wants to, who's the next Puka Nacua? Who's the next receiver who's going to go in the 5th round? And there are always, it seems, receivers in that range that can come in and have an impact. And he stood out as somebody that, look, when he was still there on day 3, this is a value pick. And people like Nick Emenwari were saying he's going to be the steal of the draft. And we're hearing what a great training camp he's having. And then when the season starts and he is scoring touchdowns, not just obviously as a receiver, but also as a punt returner, it's very exciting. I don't want to put too much pressure on him and think, okay, that concern that we had after week 1 is already solved. But you can't help but be excited by what he's showing. And when you think back to what he was at Colorado State, he was Mr. Consistent. When he was healthy, he was making plays all the time. They didn't have a fantastic offense at Colorado State, yet he was always there producing. So I think there's a really good chance that he is going to fill that void that we were concerned about. It's good to see Cooper Kupp involved as well. There might still be just one receiver light. And I do wonder if a few weeks down the line, when you do get teams, you know, Jaden Waddle, for example, if Miami decide we're going to just blow this whole thing up and we're going to start again, we're going to fire a coach, we're going to trade a few players, you know, I spoke to somebody who I know used to work for the BBC and said, what would the Dolphins want for him? And he's like round 3, round 4 pick, and he'd cost you $1 million. You know, if there's somebody like that available in a few weeks' time that you can come in and you bring in and the value's there, maybe you do that. But you can't help but be excited by what Horton's doing. He could potentially be Seattle's, and they're different players, but the Seattle's answer to that draft steal that the Rams got with Puka Nacua. And if Cooper Kupp can do what he did against Pittsburgh in particular, and with JSN playing as well as he is, then maybe they have just got enough in that receiver room to be good enough. And I still think Elijah Arroyo, there's more to come from him.
I absolutely agree with you on Arroyo, and I agree with you on the kind of wide receiver you want to target. Rob, one of the most common questions we've had, especially following week 1, but in the weeks that followed, is should they trade for Tyreek Hill? And like you said, Dolphins are in a tailspin. No pun intended. I agree with you, though. I think I prefer Waddle in that scenario. But have you been asked by some Seahawks fans who I'm sure are reaching out to you, oh, what about Tyreek Hill? What do you think about that? What do you say?
I'd say I think there's probably more chance of all my hair growing back than the Seahawks trading for Tyreek Hill. They've made a big push on character, haven't they? They've said that we want players that we can rely on, that are consistent, and they're not going to create any drama. And from the minute that Tyreek Hill has entered the league, drama has followed him. Like there's no doubt that if you want to throw it downfield, he is an absolutely unbelievable athlete, probably an Olympic level sprinter if he was going to go down that road. He is absolutely fantastic in that regard. But I don't think they want a receiver who they're going to wake up every morning and wonder if there's a headline about that particular player that's emerging. So I just don't see it as a fit. I think they're probably much more likely to look for people who fit. And when you are going out and signing Kupp, Lawrence as veterans, and you're looking like, we'll take Raible in the first round and people like that. You know, these are high character individuals that they're bringing into the room. I don't think they're going to do anything to damage that. They seem to be onto a good thing with that. So I think you've got to have to fit with your personality. Can't just be about talent. As talented as Hill is, I don't think he's for the Seahawks.
All right, last one before we let you get out of here. And thank you again for your time, Rob, as always. Thursday night football here, a pretty quick turnaround to watching this game. Don't be afraid to repeat yourself with something you've already mentioned. What are you going to be watching for against the Cardinals?
Well, it's a 1 o'clock in the morning start for me, so it's always a very I can't. The Thursday night football is not friendly to the people in the UK who follow the Seahawks. But what am I looking for? I want to see a continuation of this balance that they have. You know, good defense. You know, stay out of your way. They've done that for probably like the last game and a half since that first half in the Steelers and the whole of the Niners game. The play calling to be what it is. You know, this play action that they've got into. Try and use a bit more of that outside zone. See a bit more increase in the running game. And I want to see a repeat of the last two games that we've had against the Cardinals last year. Like it was like 16-6 and the other one was, you know, they blew it open eventually in that game. I just feel as if this is a good matchup for the Seahawks. And I hope that I'm saying that after the game as well, that this feels like, you know, the Cardinals have typically probably played the Niners closer than the Seahawks recently. So I'm hoping that they're going to just be able to do what we expect them to do against this opponent, get the job done, have a good break. And then that next game against the Buccaneers looks like a fun. If you're 3-1 going into that Buccaneers game, and especially with that news about Mike Evans probably not going to be available for that game as well, you then start to sort of, you don't ever want to look too far ahead, but you start to think there's a pathway here for the Seahawks to have the kind of season that some of us thought they might have in the preseason. So it's coming together, keep it going, go and get another win, and let's get a 3-1.
Rob Staton of Seahawks Draft Log. Great stuff. No surprise at all there. Rob, we'll talk to you next week.
See you guys.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down. Why do you think the middle of the field will again be an area the Seahawks can attack?
Wide open. It's going to be open. One, the run is going to influence the linebackers like it did last week, even though he didn't have a lot of success. But most importantly, Mack Wilson, man, he's the middle linebacker. So he plays the middle of the field when you drop into cover 2, cover 3, Tampa, whatnot. He's allowed 15 completions when he's been targeted 16 times. That's 93% of the time you are able to complete that pass across the middle. Mack, I'm sorry, I'm not picking on you. You are a pro. You've been in the league for a while. I respect you. But I think that with the combination of the run game and his inability to make those plays, it's going to be tough. You also have Jalen Thompson, go Cougs. He's a safety back there. 14 completions when targeted 18 times when he's playing the middle of the field. We know that the Hawks like to attack the middle of the field. The run game's going to have some influence. Attack the middle of the field. It should be there for you.
Second down. What type of game does this have the potential to be on Thursday night?
It has the potential, but I hope this ain't it. The Seahawks defense is allowing 15 points per game. Arizona's defense is allowing 17 points per game.
Oh, no.
This might be one of those grinded out type of games.
No.
And I think you put in your email that the Arizona Cardinals are 1-point favorites in this game too.
Which is like
they were favorites. They were favored against the Niners too.
Did they also play at home against San Francisco?
I don't know. I don't know what these people are
San
seeing.
Francisco was at home. Interesting.
But it could be a low-scoring game. It could be a grinded-out type of game. And I know we were spoiled last week with 44 points.
Yeah.
This might be the complete opposite. As long as these guys get the win, I'm okay with it. But the numbers are saying that this could be a low-scoring, tight kind of game. They do have weapons over there, so don't sleep on the Arizona Cardinals.
It is weird to me because, again, when you're a home favorite by 1 point, usually you're going to get that field goal nod, right? So, again, like basically a toss-up. I'm just surprised the Seahawks aren't maybe more than a field goal favorite. Maybe I don't understand enough about Arizona, and shame on me, and we're going to learn more about them in the huddle, but I don't know, man. I feel like people are still down on the Seahawks and need to see more to be convinced, which I can understand, but Maybe more so if it was a game against the Rams or a game even against the 49ers. Against Arizona, I'm like, I feel like they have more to prove, too.
Yeah, they do. But they got McBride, they got Harrison over there. Even with James Conner being down, you got Benson, who I'm going to talk about here pretty soon. They got some weapons over there, and their defense is good. They invested in that defense. Sweating's having himself a good season over there, rushing off the edge.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, but I would expect the Hawks after last week's performance to be favored.
Are we talking about Benson soon as in third down?
Yes.
Well, here we go. Third down. Who can not have a good game for the Cardinals?
Absolutely not Trey Benson. All right, now, he's no chump. He's averaging 6 yards per carry on 21 carries, 125 yards. But with James Conner being out, you got to take advantage of this situation. You have to get after Trey Benson. You cannot allow the Arizona Cardinals to do what the Niners have done every single year when McCaffrey's hurt, insert a running back, and have him do his thing. You make Trey look like he's got a lot to prove. Now, he was drafted in 2024, third-round pick out of Florida, had a good season over there or a good career over there. But, no, you don't want the backups to ball. That's what we do. Our backups to ball. We don't want their backups to ball. So limit Trey Benson. Make them have to, we want him to run the football. We want him to get a lot of carries because that means the outsides are covered up with Harrison and McBride.
Yeah, but for a yard each.
Yeah. 30 carries for 30 yards. Sounds good.
God, it's so bad. Fourth down. Anything stand out from our conversation with Rob Staton?
Yeah, he says the Hawks might still need one more receiver. And love Rob, respect Rob. I disagree. I think that they're good with what they have. I think if need be, you got Jake Bubble who can make some plays. If need be, you got Derek Young who can make some plays. Now, if he's talking about in case of injury, then I understand, right? If one of those guys goes down, obviously you would love to have a Waddle or a Hill or whoever's going to be available out there. But I look at this receiving core, and I think it's enough. I think we still haven't seen the best out of Cooper Kupp. I think there's a possibility that he has a game or two where he goes for 90, 400 yards. So, no, I think this receiving core is solid. I think to start the season, I was where Rob was, to where I felt like they maybe need another guy.
I'm still a little bit there.
Yeah. Right now, I think they're good.
Well, and Rob did say, look, maybe it ends up being where they don't because you have Cooper Kupp suddenly looking really solid, and maybe it's just one of the tight ends to really take off, right? Like Elijah Arroyo. But I think I might be where he is, where it's the offense, I thought had a much better week 2 than week 1. But I think 44 points in week 3 is not indicative of the offense taking a massive step from week 2. It was just a solid day for the offense.
Yeah.
So, I think that you're waiting to see, well, what's going to make the offense go from solid, they can do enough, to, oh, my God, they're electric. I think for some people, it's not a wide receiver. It's, well, I want both running backs to take off. I want to do what Detroit did in that game.
I don't think you need another number 2 or number 1 type of receiver in this offense.
But I think you need to be a better offense to be a contender. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying, true contenders are pretty good on both sides of the ball. Sometimes there's a strength.
I think it's week 3, and as long as they keep progressing like they have been,
yeah, of course,
the offense is going to be fine. That's why I'm not. That's why I think they don't need it right now. Now, if we get to week 8 or 9 or something, and they're not progressing, they're stalling out a little bit, then okay. But right now, I think they got enough.
Let's see what's on tonight.
What's on tonight with Bump and Stacy, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook at Muckleshoot. Now, here's what's on tonight.
The Mariners are on tonight, and they can clinch a playoff spot against the Rockies with a bit of help from the Yankees, who are taking on the White Sox at 4. Pre-game starts at 5:30 p.m. First pitch at 6:40 p.m. on Seattle Sports. Speaking of, some big MLB news coming your way next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 38, Max Strong, fullback. Certainly one of the great Seahawks of all time. Selfless player, leader on that offense, played special teams, and was a great receiver out of the backfield.
The Hawks aim for their 3rd straight win, playing under the Thursday night lights in Arizona against the division rival Cardinals. Kickoff 5:15, pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So, how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Tired of uneven heating, noisy systems, and high energy bills? The Quilt Ductless Heat Pump from Home Comfort Alliance gives you room-by-room control and serious savings with every system, and every system qualifies for max tax credits. Call the Comfort People at HomeComfortAlliance.com.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service will help your company with logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linen, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. It's what we do. Visit suplinen.com.
Hey man, gaining weight, dragging throughout the day, losing your drive? It could be your testosterone. The team at Revive Men's Health Washington gets men back on track with the energy and drive they've been missing. Meet Tyler, Revive Men's Health Director of Operations, and witness to hundreds of success stories.
I've seen guys come in worn out, discouraged, and just not themselves. A few months into treatment, they're standing taller, speaking with more confidence. It's like watching someone come back to life, like a light switch gets turned back on. When a spouse says, "Thank you, I really have my partner back, better than before," that's the moment it all clicks for me, and that's why I do what I do.
Since 2011, Revive Men's Health has helped more than 120,000 men regain their energy and drive. Start your story today with an in-clinic visit or a secure video appointment. Call 206-529-1111 now to book your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation. That's 206-529-1111 or schedule anytime at ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Do you have a car you want to sell, but you just don't want to go through all the hassle? With all the scams and security risks out there, more and more people just aren't comfortable selling their own car. So how do you get the most money for your used car without having to sell it yourself? Stacy here with the answer. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Not only will they purchase your car and pay you right up front for it, but it gets way better. Once they resell your old car, they share half that profit with you. The question I get most from friends and colleagues is, well, what's the catch? How can they offer this? It's actually super simple. All the money they save by not traveling to buy cars at auctions, like purchase fees, shipping, and travel expenses, is what allows them to offer this. They'd rather share that money they save with you rather than outside vendors. They encourage you to shop around, but look, if Wayscar Ford can pay the same or more as competitors and then share half their profit with you once they resell your car, why would you sell your car anywhere else? They've already shared over $800,000 with their customers, and it's only at Wayscar Ford. WayscarFord.com. Check them out today, WayscarFord.com.
The home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports. Touchdown, Seahawks! Ken Walker III. Get everything Seahawks at SeattleSports.com.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
When the weather changes, your home shouldn't be the one left unprepared. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. We offer the strongest solutions in roofing, siding, decking, windows, and gutters, made for the Pacific Northwest. And right now, get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months or up to $3,000 off your next project. No gimmicks, no stress, just reliability you can count on. Visit stateroofing.com or call 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule your free estimate today.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, A local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
You are listening to The Timeline. We got a lot of baseball stories here, so let's get to it. First, you're not going to believe this, but WFAN hosts in New York, obviously, Evan Roberts and Tiki Barber, don't think Cal should win MVP over Judge. Cut 6. Take a listen.
There is nothing personal between me and Cal Raleigh. He's just not the MVP. And I understand. Oh, he's a switch hitter. He's hit a lot of home runs. He's got a fat ass. Like, all of that's true and it's cool, but he's not the MVP. And I'm getting annoyed by this. I'm annoyed by the discourse because, quite frankly, it's not even close, Tiki.
No, it's not. I mean, especially when you go look at the bold. The bold is what you get when you go to Baseball Reference. There's a couple of bold with Cal Raleigh because he's hit 56 home runs and has 118 RBIs. But everything else is Aaron Judge.
He's hit 58 home runs, but who am I to argue? Also, appreciate Evan Roberts saying everything but Cal being a catcher. He's a switch hitter. Who cares? Like, literally no. I mean, yeah, it's like a point of emphasis. You're talking about it, but the real, context is about him being a catcher. That's the entire point of the conversation. Oh, and also, one of the categories that are bold, Tiki, is the most important thing you can do in baseball, which is hit home runs. But let's figure out a bit more of what Tiki had to say. Cut 7, he uses kind of a weird comparison for why Judge is actually more deserving.
He deserves it.
They're both like, yeah, he deserves it.
Deserve it?
Because
it's unique?
That's not enough of a reason to win an MVP.
Right. So is being 6'8" and 250 pounds.
No, Tiki. Tiki. I can't get behind this one because what you're trying to do is say, oh, well, I mean, Cal's got obstacles. Sure, he's a catcher. That's interesting. We haven't seen that, but we've never seen anyone the size of an NFL tight end out here.
Here's the thing, man.
How is that a disadvantage?
These guys are from New York, so it is what it is, right?
They're bad arguments.
Of course, they're going to go out there and stick up for their guy. I would respect them more if they stuck up for their guy and still showed appreciation for what Cal's doing. Like you don't raise your guy up high and then it's ignored that he is the greatest switch-hitting home run hitter that we've seen in a single season.
You sound like you don't know ball.
That he did win a platinum and gold glove, that he is approaching 60 bombs, that he is the most important part of this Mariners team right now. Without him, they're not where they're supposed to be. That they are about to go to the playoffs for the second time in 20-something years because of him. Like, you can argue your point without pooping on what this man has done. And that's what I try to do because I respect Aaron Judge and what he's done and understand the importance of him to his team and just how well he's playing, but you can't just kick Cal to the side like he's not a factor in this thing. He definitely is a factor.
Yeah, you sound like, I mean, I know they know ball clearly. They obviously do, but they're having some intentionally cherry-picked arguments that are not actually challenging them to make a better case for Judge.
Yeah.
If you want to say, no, the Yankees aren't where they are without Aaron Judge. What team in the league wouldn't want Aaron Judge? Would Seattle even have had a drought for as long if they had Aaron Judge for the last 5 years or whatever it is, right? Like, there are arguments you could make about Aaron Judge impact, Aaron Judge leadership. There are arguments you can certainly make about the numbers he's putting up being the best numbers we've seen since Bonds with a little bit of help in 2001, early 2000s. Like absolutely. I think Judge is a better pure hitter. Like, it's not a debate. That's not the debate people are having. The way that it's challenging people is, God, I really don't know how to measure the impact a catcher has. I really don't know how to do that. Like, we don't have the metrics to do that. And if you want to use the metrics that we do have, Curtis, you were looking at it earlier, article from Jordan Schusterman, no pass balls for Cal Raleigh this year.
And
That's pretty impressive.
A ridiculous amount of games, yeah.
Alejandro Kirk, who I think is maybe even certainly a top catcher in the league, he's got 4. And that's not a knock on Kirk. I'm just saying that, like, people even cherry pick the catcher stats they use for Cal. In fact, some of the arguments used against Cal defensively are just that he wasn't as good as he was last year. You're just comparing a really good Cal to another version of a really good Cal. So I
You just can't make this thing an offensive award.
You can't. No, you can't.
Like, it's
leave out
about
half
how
the argument.
valuable your player is to your team.
Yes.
And I think when you take into account everything that Cal Raleigh does, whether it's preparing before the game, getting to know everyone on his coaching staff, being the leader in RBIs, being the leader in home runs, not missing any games, not having any pass balls behind him, he brings more value to his team. It's literally in the name of the award, most valuable player.
No.
Aaron Judge is having a great season, and he's probably going to win this thing. Honestly, he's probably going to win it. But all around, Cal brings more to the table this year than Aaron Judge.
If you thought they were done with their arguments, they're not.
I bet.
They went on to say one more thing about Cal here in Cut 8.
And by the way, also look at their teams. Julio Rodriguez is a hell of a player.
Right.
Randy Arozarena is a hell of a player. Even though Eugenio Suarez hasn't done much since getting there, they got talent on this team. Let's not act like the Mariners are the sisters of the poor. Aaron Judge carries the New York Yankees. We all know it. We all talk about it. What are the Yankees without Aaron Judge? What are the Yankees without Aaron Judge? What, we forgot now? Because Cal Raleigh's got a cool nickname because his ass is big? I mean, this is absurd.
Now, what we're not going to do.
Say Gino's name right first.
Hey, Eugenio. What we're not going to do is pretend that a team that is third in payroll does not have a good team around Aaron Judge. Stop. I'm sorry, but what person on the planet, what Yankees fan on the planet in April was looking at the Mariners shaking in their boots? And also, yeah, Julio's raking right now. It's absolutely amazing. What was happening with this team in the first 3 months of the season, right? Leading up to May. Cal was overwhelmingly the best part of this team. You had a couple hot moments from Jorge Polanco before of late he's gotten so hot again, and thank God for that. But make it make sense.
No, it's I appreciate them showing love to these players. Get their names out there. Say it even more so people pay attention. There is something good happening over here in Seattle, but don't make it seem like you don't have weapons over there as well. I know Volpe is not playing well right now. I believe they're moving some things around. But don't act like every single year when you start the season, when it comes to favorites, the Yankees are going to be in the mix simply because of what they have on paper. This was a process over here, right? This was, okay, you guys are struggling in July, getting right in August. Like, you get to this point by winning 14 out of 15 games. If you look at this team a month ago, they're not talking about them the same way. So, yeah, this sounds like two men throwing a fit. Because how dare somebody from the Northwest named the Big Dumper challenge Aaron Judge for something that is rightfully his? No, it's not rightfully his. It can go either way. Just put some respect on his name.
On what planet have Yankees fans ever looked at the Mariners and got, that team is stacked? They're unstoppable. They're going to get a 1 seed. I don't know how we're going to get past them. I simply don't know what we're going to do. Like, you can't simultaneously say he's massively overrated and also he's the best part about his team because this team is just so stacked with, quote, a Eugenio Suarez, who, by the way, wasn't even on this team to start the year, nor was Josh Naylor. Shut up.
They just haven't been paying attention, and that's expected from the New York Yankee fans and following over there.
More baseball news. MLB has officially announced the ABS system will be implemented during the 2026 season. So these are the challenge rules. Each team will get 2 challenges and can keep them if they're successful. You guys saw it used, speaking of Cal Raleigh, during the All-Star game when he and Tarek School will challenge to play successfully. Challenges can only be initiated by a pitcher, catcher, or batter. The request must come right after the pitch. Again, you guys saw it. You tap the top of your head or your helmet to let the ump know you want to challenge. You can have no dugout help or help from other players on the field. It has to be one of those two. In each extra inning, a team will be awarded a challenge if it has none remaining entering the inning.
So you got to have the green light from the skip before you go out there. Like, look, you have the green light. And you got to talk about the situation. There's a lot of pre-planning that needs to go down because you have to make the decision on the field as an individual. No, I like it, and I like that it's only 2. Like, let's not make this thing drawn out as much as it needs to be, and it's strategic, right? And I would assume you're only going to use those late in the game or when you're down. So, no, I like this.
Get your questions in for What I Need to Know, 866-979-3776. That's coming up next on your home for the Mariners playoff push, Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan with Brock and Salk.
How complete is this Mariner team right now?
You know, we have a story coming out on ESPN.com. I think it's tomorrow. First question, what's the boldest prediction you've heard from an MLB executive or scout? Passan, the Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series. If you just objectively look at what the Mariners are doing right now, they've had the best offense in Major League Baseball in the month of September.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, what's up? It's Michael Bumpus for Silver Reef Casino. It's an easy drive up I-5. You go north, get off exit 260, and you are right there. I listen to a playlist. I listen to a podcast. Easy drive, good scenery. They got an amazing steakhouse. They have the Cantina and also Porter's Bay Sports Bar and the sports book full of entertainment, man. And the golfers, they got you covered as well. Loomis Trails Golf Course is perfect for fall. Hit the fairway because there's a lot of water out there. Have fun, enjoy it. Molly Hatchet is bringing their iconic Southern Rock to the event center at Silver Reef Casino on Saturday, September 27th. Prepare for an unforgettable night of hits like Flirting with Disaster and Gator Country. Mark your calendars for Saturday, September 26th. Tickets are on sale now and start at just $30. If you are interested, visit silverreefcasino.com. That's silverreefcasino.com.
Rain is coming. Is your roof ready? The rainy season is approaching fast, Seattle, and 3 Tree Roofing has your roof replacement covered. Get $500 off by scheduling your free estimate at 3treeroofing.com. Their professional installers guarantee a seamless replacement this rainy season. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Are you road trip ready? Bucky's Complete Auto Repair will make your car safe and dependable with expert service and old-fashioned care. Brakes, oil change, factory service, and more. No appointment needed, and yes, friendly financing is available. Bucky's.com.
We've got a style of play no one wants to go up against. Big hits that turn the tides in our favor. Noise that shakes opponents to their core.
That was 112 decibels in that last tackle.
Disruption is in our DNA.
It's intercepted! Seahawks ball! Interception made by Love!
Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football.
Break back, throws it! Touchdown! Touchdown Seahawks!
Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Stacy Rost here. It's time to recognize a woman in our sports community with the 2025 Women of Inspiration Award. The nominations are in, and the Seattle chapter of WISE, which stands for Women in Sports and Events, needs your help selecting a winner. Voting is open now until September 26th at woiseattle.org. The winner will receive a generous cash donation from WISE and their partners for the cause of their choice. Help honor a local woman today. Vote by September 26th at woiseattle.org.
This is where you hear every moment of Cal Raleigh's historic season.
Holy smokes, the magical year continues.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us.
We get notifications every time we get a review. And I said, how do you not let it eat you up? Sometimes I feel so responsible. And his answer was, I just look at it as an opportunity. We need that feedback to learn and to do better. I'm grateful for the feedback.
Big part of sales is the relationship aspect. People want to do business with someone they can trust, who's a real person. They don't feel like you're just going after their money. And when you take the time to get to know them, get to know their needs, not be a car salesman, but be a consultant, then they feel more comfortable with you, and just the experience is better on both sides.
It's not about closing deals. It's about opening relationships, helping people make the right choice. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What I need to know, get your questions in 866-979-3776. What I need to know. If the rapture really is today, what's the last thing you want to do before it happens?
Spend time with my kids.
That's wonderful.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boring. Rob a bank.
Yeah, rob a bank, car chase maybe. I mean, I'm pretty boring. I'm so restrictive with my eating that, quite honestly, the first thing I thought is eat a whole pizza.
That's it?
I mean, I think so. I mean, that's certainly something I would want to do. If you told me this was my last day, I mean, I wouldn't have an appetite. I'd be so scared and stressed. But assuming that I didn't, eating horrible food is one thing I'd want to do.
That, you know what? I feel for you.
If you
man.
never let
I
yourself
feel for you.
eat or drink anything, you would get it.
I feel for you.
I just hope if the rapture does happen today, it happens after the Mariners clinch. It can't happen before.
Or if it happens during our show, we get another breaking news promo.
We won't be the ones here to deliver that promo.
I know that's right. I'm getting saved. I don't know about y'all. Blessed and highly favored. What I need to know: how was Reggie never caught on the Coldplay Kiss Cam? Great question.
Reggie, like back in the day, Reggie?
Yes, Reggie, like the infamous Reggie, the coworker of the wife of one of our listeners, who was texting in months ago saying, "Yo, this guy is like openly hitting on my wife and she doesn't recognize
Well, I think
it."
Reggie wanted to be on the Coldplay Kiss Cam, but
Very much
it was
so.
not reciprocated, or at least was not made known.
That was a wild story.
That
What a
was
journey
wild.
we went on with, I think, Isaac.
Isaac from Everett.
Yeah,
I believe.
what a journey that was, because that was pretty plain as day, where it's like he's trying to bring your wife a slice of cake an hour out of the way.
Hour out the
And
way.
they
Oh, you're
worked,
home?
his wife worked from home, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to come through.
There was just some weird, weird stuff
Trying to
going on
come
with Reggie.
through.
Weird stuff with Reggie, who then later got fired. Man,
that's
what a
right.
time. I think that was the highlight of our show.
It was.
That
It was
our
like it
peak.
was a soap opera for a couple
You know what
weeks.
I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was Russell Wilson in 2017. That was just, you know what I mean? We're never going to see it again.
Yeah.
What I need to know. Not a champagne guy, but I've had a bottle in my cabinet for years. At what point do I pop it open in regards to this playoff run?
When they win the division. Pop it.
So
Hang the
Wednesday,
banner.
maybe.
Hang the banner.
Maybe Wednesday.
A real banner this time.
I mean, the wild card banner is a real
That
banner.
is so booty cheeks.
What I need to know. 866-979-3776. Your thoughts on the latest ESPN NFL Power Rankings, which have all four NFC West teams top half of the league.
That sounds about right. Niners 3-0. Everyone else 2-1.
Only division without a losing record.
Yep.
Yeah, feels fair to me.
Yep.
They also continue to have, as a division, the easiest slate, with the 49ers having individually the easiest schedule. yeah, I think they're going to end up staying in the top half for a minute there.
Yeah.
What I need to know. Earlier today, Jeff Passan released his Passan Awards. Cal Raleigh was the recipient of the Badonkadonk Award. What I need to know since the 206, does it surprise you that Brock didn't know what a Badonkadonk was?
Absolutely not.
I don't think so.
It doesn't surprise me, but it also does in a way because Brock's a country music fan and isn't Honky Tonk Badonkadonk.
Badonkadonk.
That's like the country song of all time.
A famous song.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not the best country song.
Well, I never said
You
the
should
best.
say the country song of all time. I think what she thinks my tractor's sexy is the country song all time.
Yeah, probably.
It's up there. Top 4.
Achy Breaky Heart.
It's Achy
yeah.
Breaky Heart. Beer for my horses. Oh, you got
Shania Twain, Man, I Feel Like a Woman. That's
Friends in Low Places.
Yeah.
There's some country out there.
And I think we named it all. I think we did it.
Earlier, what I need to know, Stacy alluded to the falling of Russell Wilson starting in Seattle. Did it start with the Let Russ Cook campaign?
No.
I don't think so
He
either.
was cooking, actually, for a minute there.
Yeah.
I think it started once he left. Once he went to Denver and had
I
all
think it was
these
before.
Requests in his own office, and Sean Payton wasn't having it. It was a wrap.
I think that's when he was in free fall. I think it started near the end of his time here, which was for the first time in his career marred by injury. So I think people just thought, oh, he's coming back from injury, so he's not totally fine. But it was, I don't remember his final year being something where we were like, oh my God, this is amazing. I think there were concerns sprouting in Seattle.
Maybe. There's a reason why
I didn't foresee what
Denver
happened in Denver.
Paid $200 million to get
absolutely.
that guy.
And gave up 4 picks.
Yeah.
Two first, 2 second.
They didn't think they was getting a chump.
Yeah, no, I don't think anyone did. No one. Now you can think like, I never thought Russell Wilson was that great. No one in football thought he'd become as quickly what he did in Denver, as in year 1 in Denver. Now you can think like, I didn't think he'd be all that, but he fell off a cliff. 866-979-3776. Will Geno be the starter for Vegas by the end of the year?
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt.
Pete loves him. He'll work it out.
Yeah. Let's see. Y'all are never allowed to talk greatest country songs of all time ever again. We're talking most country songs.
That's right.
The most country
Never said
songs
the
of all
greatest.
time. Very different list from the greatest country songs of all time.
Yeah.
But
And also, I think the joke is that all three of us are not well versed in the country music genre.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you get us to name some songs, that was a banger. It was popular.
I mean, I like Shania Twain. My mom liked Shania Twain when I was little, so I heard a lot of her. And that's all I got.
That's it.
And then a lot of Tina Turner. Different genre here. Do you collect anything?
Do I collect hats?
Wins?
Where do you collect your wins?
Shelf?
Like,
on the shelf.
what do you do that you win in that allows you to collect them?
From my haters. No, I don't collect anything. No, I don't think I ever have.
No?
I'm always impressed that it's always cool when people have collections, and I always wish I did because it's a fun thing. Everyone always thinks to get you one of them. You know, like if you collect snow globes, everyone's like, oh, we got to make sure we get Bump a snow globe. He collects them. It's for his collection. I got to get it for him. And everyone just thinks of you whenever they travel places. But I don't collect anything, and there's nothing I've wanted to collect.
You probably do, but you don't realize it. There's something you have a lot of.
Clothes.
Well, I hope. You know, we need those from
Diet
day to day.
Cokes in my fridge. Let's
626
see.
says Stacy collects breaking news.
Ooh.
You do.
Okay.
Yeah, I dominate that. Let's see. Let's see if I have time for one more here. What would be your last meal? Let's start.
It would be my mom's macaroni and cheese. It'd be a Thanksgiving meal.
Ooh.
It'd be Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving is best food holiday? I know it centers around food, so that's easy to say, but think of the foods associated with other holidays. Doesn't come close.
Thanksgiving's Day.
Yeah. All right, we got a 2-hour preview of already Week 4, Thursday Night Football, Seahawks and Cardinals. It's coming your way next.
It's been a while since we talked magic number around here. You know, this team does that or whoever beats the other whoever, and yeah, it's a lot. So here's a nerd who can help.
The Mariners win 3 games, Mariners win 1, the Astros lose 2, or a combination of the Tigers, the Red Sox.
Hey, thanks, Lefko. Steamrolling toward the postseason tonight. Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40.
Chants of the crowd getting louder and louder.
On the home of your first place Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. we can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is The Huddle.
The handoff inside. He's Sherman. He's going to go. Touchdown, Seahawks.
Exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app with hosts Michael Bumpus, Stacy Rost, and Dave Wyman. Time to go inside The Huddle.
You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Rost. We are going to talk about a big win over the Saints and then preview a big game against the Arizona Cardinals. Quick turnaround here. Let's quickly start with New Orleans, everything we saw at Lumen against that team, and then we'll get to the Cardinals first. Wyman, 44 points, most points scored by the Seahawks in 2 years. What impressed you most about this one?
Special teams, just the focus there by Jay Harbaugh. He's done a great job. And, you know, I think I came from the era of Rusty Tillman where he just made it a thing. A lot of teams, they just kind of go through and, you know, okay, let's put some backups here. They put a lot of time and effort and focus into special teams, and you saw that the other day. So I loved seeing that part of it. You know, we had the big return by Derek Young for 60 yards, and of course the record-breaking punt return by Horton. It was just fantastic. You get a blocked punt. I remember Rusty used to tell us that, you know, there's like a 90% chance that you win a game if you block a punt. And so you just saw clearly that they were dialed in that phase of the game.
Bump, again, they dropped 44 points on the Saints. However, they were more than a touchdown favorite. You're playing in your house. The Saints are 0-2. Even though they beat them by more teams than the 49ers and Cardinals combined, I think there were some people leaving going, what does a win over the Saints teach you? But a win over any NFL team can teach you
Those
something.
people are crazy.
So what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that this team can be explosive. I love special teams, too. Wouldn't be in the NFL without special teams, so thank you for that. But, no, it was the offense. At one point, it was, 7 minutes, 20 seconds left in the game. You got 21 points on the board. Sam Darnold was efficient, 14 of 18, has the second highest QB rating in franchise history. And then it was like 20-minute possessions to 7 minutes, and yet you're blowing this team out. So you were efficient. So my man talked about specials. I like the offense, and then we'll sprinkle in the defense, too, because you had 2 interceptions there as well. Second week in a row where you pick off the quarterback. Kendricks had a pick for the second week in a row. It was all 3 phases, but me being an offensive guy, I got to tip my cap to Sam Darnold. He was efficient.
And the third week in a row that you've held an opponent to 17 points or fewer. Will they do it against Arizona? I don't know. We're going to get to Sam Darnold and then the defense, this time with a look ahead to Arizona for Thursday Night Football. I'll start with a bump for Sam Darnold. Wyman, if you have anything, chime in on that one, and then I'll start with you for defense and come back this way. So first, what I'll say about Sam Darnold is he has done a great job for this team through 3 weeks. I'm a little surprised that we've talked about so much with this team, and considering they had a pretty massive change at quarterback, so little about Darnold so far. Are we waiting for a breakout game? What can he do against Arizona?
Don't worry about a breakout game. I think he just needs to have the type of game that he had last week. I mean, maybe he'll sprinkle in a 300-yard game, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, okay. But I don't think he necessarily needs that to keep this offense going. But against the Arizona Cardinals, it's all about attacking the middle of the field. Their Mike linebacker, when targeted, 18 out of 19 targets have been receptions when he's targeted towards the middle of the field. So I expect that to continue because they are going to run the football. We'll see if Zach Charbonnet is going to be available. You got Ken Walker as well. That will influence the linebackers. So I think the picture will still be clear for Sam Darnold this week when it comes to throwing the rock because of what they do running the football. Even last week, they only rushed for 80-something yards. I said the run game still had influence on the game because you're moving guys. The deception was still there. Paint the picture for Sam Darnold. So attack the middle of the field.
Wyman, what have you seen from Darnold?
Well, he's incredibly tough mentally, emotionally, and physically. He'll take some shots. He took some in the chops against the Steelers and still hung in there and just didn't seem to be affected by that. He just seems unfazed by anything that goes wrong. And there's been a few times where he's got somebody, right in his grill, and he's able to deliver the pass. And yeah, I love what we're seeing. And like you said, he's not putting up huge numbers, but he's running this offense really effectively. And you start to see, like in the first game against San Francisco, they didn't really get to all their plays. Now they're starting to get to play action, and you're finding guys wide open, like in Pittsburgh with Arroyo. I mean, he was just so wide open that he turned around. He's like, where do I run? I mean, there's so many places to go. So you're seeing a lot of that offense start to come into view, and they're getting to the plays that make this offense go. And didn't really see that in the first week.
Let's talk about what's making this defense go. Again, they've held opponents to 17 points or fewer. Say what you will about the Saints. Maybe there's a couple people out there, quite a few, who aren't that impressed with that offense. Well, okay, what about Aaron Rodgers and DK Metcalf and all the hype for the Steelers? They held them to 17. What about Christian McCaffrey and Brock Purdy in week 1? Held them to 17. Made those two offenses mostly ineffective. I know one of those was in a loss, but this has been a really good start to you for the defense. What are you seeing?
Well, first of all, I think everything starts up front. Did a football 101 thing that you can find now, and I called it feats of strength. And so Jaron Reed just bench presses Banks into a running play and actually knocks the ball carrier over. There was a double team that Leonard Williams split, and he kind of got pushed back a little bit. Then he dropped his hips and was able to split the double team, and then he picked up Alvin Kamara like a doll and slammed him to the ground. And by the way, Kamara has killed the Seahawks over the last 3 times. He was averaging like 180 yards all purpose. He had 56 total yards. So I think it starts up front. The other thing I'm really impressed by is that Josh Jobe, he was picked up before the Atlanta game last year, and he has just gotten better and better. He's a physical player. And Darian Kendrick, another guy who, he wants to turn some of those PBUs into INTs, but he's got 2 interceptions, man. So, I mean, I just, whoever you plug in, Ty Okada had a good day. He was the leading tackler. So, yeah, the system is working on the back end, and then up front, it's just mayhem. I mean, you can't block those guys. I didn't even mention Byron Murphy. And Derek Hall, he plays with so much aggression. Pulling guards hate him because he just kills them. So, yeah, the physicality to me is really coming through. But then, it's just you love a defense where you just plug the next guy in. It's next guy up, and they have success and play well in this defense.
Bump, you're a former receiver. Do you watch this defense sometimes and just think like, man, how would you do this? How would I, right? Because you've been an OC before. You're probably thinking from the offensive point of view of how you'd attack the defense. Does it become kind of difficult? Is what Mike McDonald's doing pretty impressive?
It's really, I wouldn't even say it's a lot of the scheme. He's not doing anything crazy right now. It's just being dominant on the defensive line. So when you're able to be dominant and not have to be all exotic with these blitz, I mean, they're still blitzing only 10% of the time, bottom 3 in the league. It allows you to keep a lot of stuff in your back pocket. Like, I'm going to hold on to this because my guys up front are playing so well and affecting the game that I don't need to be crazy with these stunts and these blitz or whatnot. As a receiver, I'm just glad I'm not a running back or a lineman because I have to deal with these dudes. I'm on the outside chilling. So, it's when you can control the box the way that these guys control the box, it makes life easy for everybody.
A question you've got for Thursday night. Same question in a second, Wyman. Bump. A question you've got for Thursday night. Yeah.
Thursday night, can you do it again? Like, you want to see it done week after week after week. Teams with identities have an identity because they do it all the time. And it's 2 weeks of good football that we've seen. So I want to see the offense be efficient. Can you do it? And can the defense continue just to mess things up in the box?
Wyman, what about you?
I'm curious how long it's going to take people to trust Sam Darnold, and I would like to see him, continue to develop. I've just been very impressed by, like I said, more than anything, just his poise and the way he's running the offense, because he's had some blow-up plays and plays where, like I said, he's gotten hit, and he is. I think he's proving that he is the guy that everybody thought he would be. But I think he's probably going to, face scrutiny. I don't know how long it's going to take for people to start to trust Sam Darnold, but I trust him right now. I love what I've seen from him, and again, just the emotional toughness.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times you get down when you get hit, and you're getting hit every time, or there's pressure in the pocket, or you got an offensive lineman turning around and heading running towards you. I mean, there's been some chaos in the offense, but he has handled it really well.
Mm-hmm. Bump, let's talk about kind of who can get the spotlight here. You were earlier talking about being impressed with some of the running back depth that the Cardinals are going to have, hugely important for them without James Conner, obviously. But this is also a chance for a national audience to peek in, whether it be at the running back depth for Arizona, maybe a guy like JSN. Everyone knows who he is, right? Went to a huge program, came here, has had plenty of attention. But even then, Seahawks weren't a playoff team last year. Been trying to work their way back to the top of the NFC West. Is this a chance for a guy like JSN, maybe someone else, to steal the spotlight in primetime?
Yeah, you can say that. I mean, primetime games, obviously you have more eyes on you, but I don't think that's the focus of this team. For everyone else outside of this region, yeah, you're going to see Jason for the first time maybe. Ken Walker might impress you a little bit, and then you're reaffirming your thoughts on Sam Darnold. Either they're going to be validated or they're going to be knocked. So, yeah, primetime games is always an opportunity for someone to steal the show, but that's what I like about this team is that there are several people capable of stealing the show. You're not just relying on one guy. So, the lights are bright on Thursday.
What are you watching out for with Arizona, Wyman?
How they handle Kyler Murray. Really, I think I had a co-host that very wisely said, it's one thing to not have a franchise quarterback, but it's another to have the wrong franchise quarterback. And, he's a 500 record guy. And I think if you're able to handle him, he always wants to run outside. So the scrambling part of it is going to be, I think, a bit of a chore. But I think they're going to handle that. And that's, to me, if you can put some pressure on Kyler Murray, I think it's going to turn out well for the defense.
Excited to see this offense in primetime as well. Speaking of offensive lineman, Abe Lucas joins us next. You're listening to The Huddle.
Touchdown Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 38, Max Strong, fullback. Certainly one of the great Seahawks of all time. Selfless player, leader on that offense, played special teams, and was a great receiver out of the backfield.
The Hawks aim for their third straight win, playing under the Thursday night lights in Arizona against the division rival Cardinals. Kickoff 5:15, pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you.
Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Want more Seahawks content? Join me, G. Scott, on The Reset. New episodes of the podcast every Monday and Thursday on YouTube or on the Seattle Sports app.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
All right, this is The Huddle. I'm joined now by Abe Lucas. Abe, I would assume, I know you already turned the page, short week, right? But we got to visit what happened with the Saints. First thing I thought about when I knew I was going to interview you was like, this had to feel like Archbishop Murphy back in the day when nobody wanted to play y'all in high school. What was that win like?
It was great. I mean, it was nice to see all 3 sides of the ball now. Obviously, there's things for us to improve on. I mean, I think specifically for us is in the line room, running the ball better.
What's halftime like during a game like that? Like, what were some of the coaching points during that? Because the score says you're having a lot of success, but like you said, obviously the things that you guys want to clean up.
It's the same. It was the same as any other halftime. I mean, it was just the message was pretty clear. Just don't let up, don't let off the gas, keep it going. And from what I saw, everybody was locked in and dialed in and focused. So, I mean, that's a good sign, I think, as a team.
Every week it seems like you guys are just getting better. What do you think is the main thing you guys gotten better at as a team?
I mean, Mike says it all the time, but I think the 12 is 1 mantra is really, gelling and coming to fruition. It doesn't happen in a week, right? So, But it's just about continuing to go out and play for each other and play as a team together as one cohesive unit, you know. So we're just going to keep doing that and keep trying to, you know, push it forward as much as we can.
Random question, neck roll. Is it a neck roll? What do you call that? Because I saw the first game. I'm like, all right, Abe got something new going on with the uniform.
Yeah, it's a neck roll. It's more for keep my head from snapping back too much, like when I get hit. But yeah, I mean, I've never worn one before, so it was interesting. Makes me look a lot bigger than I am, which is kind of cool. But
what was the inspiration? Did someone suggested, or you just kind of did yourself?
It was suggested, and I just kind of took it and was like, yeah, cool. If it'll keep me from, you know, having too much head movement, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see how long it stays on.
Nice.
Yeah.
What have you learned about Sam so far 3 weeks in?
I love Sam's leadership. I mean, I've said that before. I think Sam's a hell of a competitor, a hell of a guy. You know, not overly like flamboyant or anything like that. Just, you know, likes to work, likes to do the work, likes to communicate with us as an O-line group, and really just everybody on the offensive side of the ball about what works, what doesn't. And yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what he does and can do and continue to do because he's been balling. So,
what's a short week like for you guys? It's like you almost didn't even really get a chance to celebrate the win and you get right back to work.
No, it's just a quick turnaround. I mean, you know, we know it's coming. We know it's coming for Thursday, and so it's all about just kind of moving forward, flushing the win from last week, and just continuing to get better and improve as much as you can.
How does primetime ball feel like Thursday nights?
It's another game, honestly. Yeah, I mean, I personally, for me, I don't really think of it as all that. I mean, you're getting watched regardless, so you know it doesn't really matter to me too much.
What's your favorite part about this offense? I mean, you know, obviously before the season started, we're hearing Kubiak wants to run the rock. I would assume as a lineman, you like to be on the attack, running the rock. Just how does this feel different from last year?
I would say like my favorite part of the offense is it ties in with the way that the coaches coach it too. Is like everybody's very detail oriented, especially in the O-line room. Our Coach JB, it's all about the details and all about, you know, not just getting the job done, but doing it in the correct manner. And that always gives us stuff to improve on and to continue to get better at. So it's kind of like, for me, it's kind of an obsessive deal to do it all right, in the right way. And there's a lot of thinking that goes into it, which is good. You know, it keeps you on your toes. But I would say that's my favorite part, is just being coached to be great at the small things, and not just getting the job done, because I think there can be a lot of that, you know, with players across the league. It's like, oh, well, I got the job done, you know, which, you know, is true. But also, you know, for me personally, I want to do it the right way and the way that the coaches coach it, you know. So that's kind of what I look forward to.
All right, so we got the Cardinals this week. You guys flying down to the desert. What do you see on film when it comes to these guys?
I think they have a really good defense, really good front, and a lot of good players. I mean, they poured a lot into their D-line in this offseason, and then they got, you know, Buda Baker in the secondary, and he's always been a phenomenal player, so it'll be a good challenge for us.
You any former Cougs over there for the Cardinals, you know?
Yeah. Jalen Thompson. Yeah, he's over there playing safety. Always enjoy watching him play. He's been balling out for a while. So
yeah. How'd you take the Apple Cup this week? It was rough.
Watched a little bit of it. It was a game for a minute, and then they just kind of ran away with it, you know. So it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
So you're an old vet now, not old, but I guess in football years, you know what I'm saying? You're an old vet. How has your perspective changed when it comes to just the NFL and just football in general?
I mean, definitely know more about how the NFL works, and also have kind of settled into my routines more and more. And then every year, I think, brings a new challenge, new set of challenges. I mean, obviously for me, like years 2 and 3 were very different. Dealing with, you know, the injuries and stuff, but this year it brings a whole new set of challenges, being back in the swing, you know, coming off of essentially a year and a half off, you know, and the adjustment period that comes with that, and just continuing to learn, you know, on the board, and, you know, different styles of offenses and different coaches and stuff, because I've had a lot now. So there's a lot. It's a whole hodgepodge of stuff, you know.
Your offseason was a bit different. You look slimmer. You're still a big boy. It's not get twisted, but you look slimmer. What'd you change this offseason?
I just lifted heavier, honestly. I guess I changed the diet up a little bit, but also, you know, my offseason, this offseason, I could actually work on like everything else and not just like the knee rehab stuff, which was a big deal. And And I weigh the same. You know, I'm not smaller, so.
Yeah. It was fun watching your journey, man. I see you know, doing some PRs and stuff with your lifts or whatnot. How'd you get hooked up with your trainer?
So my first after my rookie year, my first offseason, I was gonna just train down in Cali at my agency, where my agency's at, and my buddy Liam Ryan, who was on the team at the time, another Coug, he was like, "Hey, you got to come check out this trainer down in Renton." And so I went and I talked to him first. We had like a little evaluation sort of session, and I just liked his energy and where his mind was at, and so I started working out with him, and he kicked my ass a little bit the first week. But from then on, I knew, this is going to be the place for me. Yeah.
It's all about preparing your body, preparing your mind too, man.
Yeah.
I try to watch film as if I'm playing against the Arizona Cardinals. What's your prep like as far as outside of the facility and just getting your mental right?
I mean, I definitely have, you know, the time I take away from football, you know, just to kind of like relax and reset a little bit, but I always keep it fresh in my mind. You know, I do watch a lot of film. Watch a lot of different players across the league and how they approach the game and different techniques and tendencies. And, you know, just trying to see the defense as a whole rather than just look at individual players, you know.
Who was a lineman you used to watch growing up?
Well, I mean, obviously I'm biased here. I watched Walter. You know, just being a Seahawks fan. I don't know. I didn't really start watching like offensive linemen like that until I really got to college. Just because, you know, it became like a science to play, you know, rather than just in high school and you're just kind of playing just to play. But no, I knew about Trent Williams. I knew about Lane Johnson. You know, I knew about a lot of the great linemen that have been in the league for a while. I knew about Jason Peters. You know, I watched guys like that, you know, and just tried to look at what they do. You know, I still do, you know, because you're never really done learning. So, yeah.
Last one I got for you. You've probably been asked this question 1,000 times, but the linemen are typically the closest group on a football team because really y'all don't get the love you deserve when they are talking about just probably because of penalty or whatnot. Just describe this room and just the characters in it, I guess.
I think it's great. I mean, we have a room that like everybody seems to, you know, like each other, which is a big deal. It doesn't happen in every room. But yeah, we enjoy being around each other. People are cool. The rookies are great. We have a good group of rooks. And you know, like I said, I mean, we're kind of young, I think, you know, don't have like a super old O-line room, but everybody's just kind of cool with each other, which is a nice thing.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
All right. He's our tackle. Abe Lucas, man. Appreciate you.
No problem.
It was a big week for special teams against the Saints, and coming up next, Bump talks with someone who made some big plays. Chazz Surratt joins the huddle.
ESPN senior MLB insider Jeff Passan with Brock and Salk.
How complete is this Mariner team right now?
You know, we have a story coming out on ESPN.com. I think it's tomorrow. First question, what's the boldest prediction you've heard from an MLB executive or scout? Passan, the Seattle Mariners are going to win the World Series. If you just objectively look at what the Mariners are doing right now, they have had the best offense in Major League Baseball in the month of September.
Get more on the Seattle Sports YouTube page and the Seattle Sports app.
Everyone wants to get the best deal they can when they buy a car, but what about when you want to sell your car? Of course, you want to get the most money possible, but how do you get the most you can without trying to sell it yourself? Well, that's where my friends at Wayscar Ford in Auburn step in. Not only will they buy your car today, but that's just the beginning. Once they resell your old car, they send you another check for 50% of the profit of the sale of your old car. Seriously, they've already given back over $800,000 to customers. It's such a great offer, and I know exactly what you're thinking, but how are they able to do it? It's not a consignment. You get paid for your car right away. Wayscar Ford pays you right up front. They buy your car for fair market value, so no more insurance, no more maintenance, no more storage. Then they pay you half the profit when they resell your car. Get the most money possible for your old car at Wayscar Ford Isuzu in Auburn, and let them do the work. WayscarFord.com.
There it goes! Storybook season by Cal Raleigh. He has done it!
2026 Mariners season ticket memberships are on sale now. There's no better way to catch Cal, Julio, and the crew at T-Mobile Park with year-round savings, no ticket fees, access to exclusive pre-sales and events, and more. And you've got two great options. Reserved memberships let you lock in the best locations in the ballpark so you can make your favorite spot home all summer long, whether you want to catch 20 games or the whole season.
Oh, he makes the catch! What a snag by Julio Rodriguez!
Or go with a Flex membership, which gives you the freedom to choose your seats, games, and number of tickets as you go. Terrace Club, bleachers, right behind the dugout, divvy it up however you want. This season's been a whole lot of fun, and you won't want to miss out in 2026. Come on board today at mariners.com/26.
The Mariners, their third consecutive shutout win.
Mariners baseball. Seize the moment.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It's the Mariners' push to the playoffs.
Blasted right field. Goodbye, Josh Naylor.
And it's only on Seattle Sports.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you. Guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
On Seattle Sports.
Torrey Horton, the rookie, is deep for the Seahawks. He stands just inside his own 20. I saw Kroger during warm-ups, and he had a couple of rainmakers, and here's one. This is a long, high spiral. Horton back at his own 5, gets one block, gets 2 blocks, turns upfield, got some running room across the 30, 35, he may go 40, what a block, midfield 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5, Mr. Horton, touchdown, Seahawks! Unbelievable blocks, great run by the rookie, 95 yards, and the Seahawks take a 13-0 lead over the Saints.
What's up? This is The Huddle. We're joined now by Chazz Surratt. Man, how you doing today?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. Beautiful hit on the punt return. I'm sure your DMs were getting lit up after that big play. What was that like?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of DMs, a lot of stuff on Twitter, Instagram, all that. A lot of friends texting me. So, yeah, it was a good deal.
That's what's up.
Sure.
You went to North Carolina, man, and you were a quarterback. Mostly quarterbacks make the transition, and they're like receivers or something like that. I've never met someone who made the transition from QB to linebacker. What was that like?
It was weird at first, but, I had faith in my athleticism, the coaches on the defense side of the ball.
able to make that switch and keep going, continue to get better every day. And, ended up, still in the league, still playing. So I thought it was a good move for me in my career.
And your brother was a wideout at Wake Forest. And you guys were both in the 2021 draft. Did you guys prepare together?
Yeah, we trained in Florida together.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
How'd you like it down there in Florida?
I loved that. It was a good time. We were just training. I was lucky to have a guy in the same position as me, and it was my brother, so we didn't go to college together. So being able to train with him the whole time and kind of just go back and forth every day in the whole process and have somebody right there was, cool.
Is your first time in the Northwest? Have you familiar with this area?
No, not at all. This is my first time. Yeah,
like it so far?
It's been great so far. I love the area. I've never been to Seattle before till I played.
So you're from Denver, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's life like out in North Carolina? North Kakalaki is what my people's called.
Yeah, it's a small town where I'm from. Small town, football town. There's some lakes, some beaches close by, some mountains. You kind of get everything down there. So I enjoy it out there.
You an outdoors kind of guy?
A little bit. Yeah, I would say so. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, the summertime was probably nice. Well, you didn't experience the summertime out here yet, have you?
I have not, no.
Yeah. Summertime's going to treat you good.
Yeah.
What are you looking forward to this week against the Cardinals on prime time?
Just looking forward to the Thursday night games. It's a short week. They have a good team. I think we do as well. So it'll be a good game. Looking forward to just the game planning this week and getting everything in and going out there and playing hard and trying to get another win.
Man, you're almost close to playing your brother. I saw he was on the practice squad for the Cardinals. What's he up to now?
He's actually doing real estate now out in Nashville. Yeah, so he hung it up. He's doing real estate out there in Nashville, selling houses and stuff like that. So he's doing well.
What was film like? As NASA and I we do the post game show, and whenever there's a big play, we're like, man, I know they're gonna be hype watching film during special teams meeting. What was that like?
Oh yeah, they was they showed in the team meeting room yesterday, and everybody was like building up the hit on the screen as we're watching film. He was like slow moing it, and then they just went crazy.
And you almost had a scoop and score.
I know. I should have I got too excited, man. I saw the end zone right there.
Yep.
I've seen people in that situation before. I'm like, how do you not get it? But a lot of stuff going into it. Yeah, man, that would have been great.
Yeah, it's I was a punt returner when I played, and I tell people, man, like you feel the heat of these people just running at you.
Exactly.
So I had your back, man. I was like, man, I don't know what it's like. There's a lot of pressure right there.
You don't know who's around you, nothing.
Yep.
So, and I'm trying to get in the zone. So, I think that was it for sure.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What do you like most about this defense?
Just the multiple things we do. I think Coach McDonald does a great a job switching, giving the quarterbacks and offenses different looks, getting guys in right positions to go out there and do what they do best. And I think we just got a great front, great back end. So it all ties together and makes it really efficient, and we play really aggressive and violent. So I think we have a great defense. Yes, sir.
Man, Ernest Jones is 24, 25, but he feels like he's like 35 years old the way he carries himself. What's he like in the meet room?
I've known Ernest. We actually trained together in Florida, so I've known Ernest for a long time. Kind of watching his career from afar. So when I got here, he was one of the first ones I texted, told him I was coming down, and it was cool seeing him again. I've played him over the years, but haven't been with him in person in a long time. So Ernest has been playing great. He's one of the leaders on our defense, and the way he's able to make plays for our defense and get everything set up. We have a lot in the operation of our defense. So Ernest is doing a great job for us right now.
What's it like having a defensive coordinator with an English accent?
Yeah, it kind of threw me off at first, but no, AD is a great coach. He gets us all ready to go. Really prepares us well. So looking forward to the rest of the year and what he has planned for us. But it kind of did throw me off. I didn't expect that at first. But it's all good.
So you didn't know coming in that he had an accent? He started talking the first time?
Yeah. I was like, oh, what kind of accent? Yeah, exactly.
That's what's up. Well, man, I know you got to get to meetings. We appreciate your time, man.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
I love the idea of Chazz having no idea that Aden Dirty was British. Can you imagine just having no clue, and then it takes you a split second? You got to hear him talk for a couple minutes before you're like, what?
You know what's weird is I have a hard time with the heavy English accent.
Yeah.
When we went to England with the Seahawks, there was a couple of times with a waitress where I had to just tap out. I'm like, what's that again? I'm sorry, what?
I will say when I watch Love Island UK, I have to put on subtitles sometimes.
Yeah.
The Essex accents get me. They're my favorite, but I have to have subtitles.
Yeah.
I wonder if they do that
Pinky
with us.
Blinders, the Irish accent. I think, were they Irish?
Yeah, that's Irish.
Yeah.
And Moyer was
Sick.
all over that, and he's telling me, you got to watch this. And I'm like, I can't hear. I can't understand.
Yeah, I need the
so you got to go with
subtitles.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, God.
Hey, real quick,
Yes.
fun fact for you. Me and Jalen Milroe have the same birthday.
You do?
We
That's
do.
awesome.
Same birthday.
I feel like there's a lot of, I have no way to prove this. I feel like there's a lot of fall birthdays on this roster / in professional sports because I never find athletes that have my birthday ever. It's always September, November, December. This conversation got off the rails.
Yeah,
I was going to ask you guys about the NFC West, but I think this was more important, frankly. Not only do I know Jalen Milroe's birthday, but you, Jalen, and Taylor Swift all have the same birthday.
Same birthday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I played with a guy in Denver who was born on the exact same day, March 31st, 1964. Dave Diaz-Infante.
Have you considered that you guys might be twins? Like separated at birth? Like
No, I
Lindsay Lohan situation?
I don't think we look alike. He was an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
I was a
You never
linebacker.
had like a picture ripped in half that you were like put together? Oh my God, we're related.
Surprisingly, no.
All right. Well, obviously, ahead of every single week, we want to be able to hear from Sam Darnold. So that's going to come up at 1. We're going to be able to hear from Cooper Kupp, an opponent preview. That's all coming up in hour 2. Before we get to any of that, very quick turnaround. Already talking about Thursday Night Football with the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. That's next.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
The intent for the training is always to, of course, make a better experience for the customer. But from my position, I would say I'm most proud of watching our own people grow.
I think a lot of us really do want the opportunity. I will work my butt off for an opportunity.
I started cleaning cars. Now I have this great opportunity to be a president of one of the greatest auto organizations I feel there is. And it's not that I was smarter than anyone. It's just I was around great people and always wanted to learn. So for me, it's super fulfilling to be able to pass that along to people and see people with the same drive and want to make a great life for themselves, right? So that to me is training. That's gratifying for me.
When leaders focus on growing people, this is where leadership becomes service, and customers feel the difference. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
It is that time of year. I cannot wait for the weather to get warm like it is now on consecutive days. That means I can break the motorcycle out, ride to work, ride all over the place, and I love it more than just about anything. But I also know that it's not a matter of if, but when you get in an accident, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you, when you're injured in a motorcycle crash, don't settle for firms that say they're motorcycle lawyers. Trust the ones who live it. Law Tigers has been a part of the writing community for nearly 25 years nationwide. They're here 24/7, 365 days a year because writers deserve real support when they need it. Law Tigers is the resource writers can turn to when they are in need. Law Tigers is out at all the events and supporting all clubs and shops. The Law Tigers are always by your side. Your case evaluation is always free. There are no fees until your case settles. The Law Tigers, you never ride alone. Law Tigers, Washington's motorcycle lawyers. Jimmy Cook, 539 Broadway, Unit 104, Tacoma, Washington, 98402.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to the Seahawks game Sunday, October 5th. Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter to win. You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter through the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds. Do it every day, September 23rd through September 29th. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win. From the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible, joining us now. Rabes, this one was a pretty easy watch, I got to say. I know that the game's never over until the final whistle, but about 10 minutes in, I felt pretty comfortable with where the score was. Most points I can remember being scored in a minute. How surprised were you by that start?
Oh, well, I mean, just wildly surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be, but because it's been kind of a point of emphasis for Mike and company, get off to a faster start. Until the game against Pittsburgh. In Pittsburgh, we hadn't scored on our opening drive in, I don't know, going back to last season sometime. I mean, it's crazy, maybe even longer than that. So, yeah, getting off to the good start and big plays that help you get off to a big start. You know, a punt return for a touchdown, a block, those are the kinds of things that fire up the entire team. And so it was terrific to see.
Yeah, and during those big plays, you had some idiot next to you that was grunting and screaming and yelling. That was very prominent in the broadcast. But no, I mean, do you remember, Rabes, like a special team type of game like that? I mean, I was talking earlier about how Rusty Tillman, he used to make it special, and I remember seeing Fred Young blow people up on kickoffs, but that was quite the display, and just, you can tell that Jay Harbaugh really has these guys dialed in as far as special teams go.
Yeah, without question, Dave. And no, I don't recall one that, excuse me, had that many big plays on special teams and that coordinated an effort. I mean, it was terrific. I didn't remember the exact date, but I remembered Tyler Lockett in one of the first times that he touched the ball for the Seahawks as a rookie, taking it back, big punt return. And I remember that being a huge moment, mostly because it was Tyler. Obviously he was an asset to the team, but just because he's such a great guy and he became such an institution here. But no, I don't remember that. And again, being fully 1/3 of what we do in football every game, offense, defense, special teams, I think it was just a perfect way to get things going.
Rabes, how have you seen this offense grow over 3 weeks?
Well, we've seen them run. We've seen them successfully run the ball as they did in Pittsburgh. And when the Saints, they went hell bent for leather to take the run away the other day. I mean, they had safeties up there. They, Dave mentioned it during the broadcast, inside linebackers on run blitzes, and just end up hitting guys in the backfield before they could even get going. And so what do? You respond to that by doing then what you have to do, and that is throw the football. And we did that with great success. Sam Darnold just had a terrific game. At halftime, he was perfect, 158.3 quarterback rating. So I think what I've seen out of this offense is the ability, as Clint Kubiak said earlier in the year, we're going to run the ball, but we're not always going to win every game because we run the ball. And so you have to be able to score other ways. And they proved that, again, if it needed proving, they proved it again the other day. So I think it shows that we're well-rounded on offense. We know we can run the ball. We got a really good being able to pass the ball. And now you just, as as Mike keeps saying, you keep stacking things now. You keep working on those things that you need to work on. How do we deal with that kind of defense that we saw out of the Saints early on, so that we can run the ball more effectively?
We knew heading into this season, Rabes, that the defense would be not just a point of emphasis, but a point of strength for Seattle. That being said, 17 points or fewer for their first 3 games is still really, really impressive. What's maybe caught your eye the most with this defense in particular?
I think the play, well, gosh, Stace, it's difficult to say. As soon as I say one group, and then
think of another.
I didn't even get to mention it, but I thought of another. But everything in football, and as a wide receiver, it pains me to say this, but everything in football starts up front. The big guys on the D-line, the big guys on the offensive line, they set the tone. So if, as in the case of the Saints game, if you're able to do what you want to do to not only pressure the quarterback, but try to contain him, shut down running lanes for a guy like Alvin Kamara, who's a terrific running back, and you can do it with the 4 guys up front that you have, what a benefit that is, what a blessing. And then that gives you the opportunity to do some different things in the secondary, force a young quarterback into making some decisions that might not be the right ones. And then as soon as I say the defensive front, then I look at the secondary and say, look at the depth that they have. You know, the three guys that would be 3/5 of their starting secondary were missing the other day. And it's almost like they didn't miss a beat. And you just put in guys and they coach them up. They get them ready to play. They're physically skilled. Other teams thought they couldn't play anymore for whatever reason. They found a home here, and they're very successful at it. They're encouraged, I think, greatly by Mike McDonald on how to be the best player they can be. So both of those groups, and then as soon as I say that, those inside backers and edge rushers are really important too. So overall, the whole defense is just playing great.
Hey, Rabes, we were talking about Sam Darnold, and what's kind of stood out to you about just his leadership? I was talking about his toughness, and in Pittsburgh we saw him get hit pretty hard a couple of times, but he just seems very unfazed. And it's not like he's not putting up good numbers. I mean, he's 70% completion percentage. He's got a couple picks, but he's not throwing for 300-400 yards a game. But what has impressed you about Sam Darnold so far?
Well, and as much as we'd like to see him get those kind of numbers, frankly, that's a good thing that he's not having to throw for 300 or 400 yards a game. That means there's more balance to our offense. That means we're running the ball better. Those are all the kinds of things that I know Clint Kubiak as the offensive coordinator and Sam as the quarterback, they want to see that. Be able to run the football, throw when you want to throw, not be forced into it by the defense in many cases. And Sam, yeah, you mentioned it. We used it as one of our keys to the game on Sunday, and that is not only his accuracy. He's been so spot on in finding open receivers, and if they're not open or not very open, still being able to thread that needle. He threw some passes the last couple of weeks, like in between 2 or 3 defenders that were sprinting to get there, and it was just on a zip line into whoever. The touchdown catch by JSN sticks out to me right now, and then the one he threw later in the game over the top. 3 defenders are on JSN, and he drops it literally right in the bucket. The absolute perfect pass. So he's just amazingly accurate. And then add to that his toughness, gets knocked on his butt, gets right back up again, gets him back in the huddle. Let's call the next play. You know what? It's as you look around the league and you see all these young quarterbacks who struggle their first couple of years, it's understandable why he struggled in New York and how far he's come in those years, becoming the kind of quarterback that he is, just by the fact that he's seen so much more, he's learned so much more, and he's got a system that really works for him.
Rabes, you look across the league, and there's a 2-back system going. You hardly have just the single back anymore, like the Derrick Henrys are a dying breed. How important is it that the Hawks do get Zach Charbonnet back so he can combo with Ken Walker this week?
Well, and George Holani, I thought did a nice job in helping carry the freight the other day. The Seahawks didn't run for a lot of yards, but what they did do when they had to run, let me put it this way, when they wanted to run in the last quarter and just wind that clock down and get that game over with. Now, granted, the Saints were probably getting A, tired, and B, ticked off, and C, wanted to go home. But still, they were able to run the ball. The Seahawks were, of their own accord, and Holani did a lot of the carrying of the mail at that point. But yeah, Sharps is a different kind of guy too. I mean, between he and Ken Walker III, they just really complement each other very well. Both are good receivers. Charbonnet's terrific in the backfield, having to pick up as a personal protector to the quarterback in blocking situations. He's another one of those one cut and go guys who you love to watch, stretch the defense and then cut back against the grain. And he seems to find that crease. So they're both good, and you're going to need at least two and maybe more. I think maybe it was Clint Kubiak who said this last week. I want to have two guys. Like you said, gone are the days of that single ball carrier that puts everybody on his shoulders. It's just too difficult. It's too tough a game these days to be able to do that. So I think having both those guys out there and letting Charbonnet get well, don't bring him back too soon. Let him get well. You'd love him back for the game on Thursday, but if he's not, that gives him even more time then to get ready for the Tampa Bay game.
Seahawks taking on the Cardinals on the road for Thursday night football. He's the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. Thanks, Rabes.
Thanks, Rabes.
Thanks, kids.
See you, Rabes.
We got a lot of questions for Sam Darnold, and so do other reporters here. He's going to be in the spotlight in primetime on Thursday, and you can hear from Seattle's quarterback next.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 38, Max Strong, fullback. Certainly one of the great Seahawks of all time. Selfless player, leader on that offense, played special teams, and was a great receiver out of the backfield.
The Hawks aim for their third straight win, playing under the Thursday night lights in Arizona against the division rival Cardinals. Kickoff 5:15, pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
Golf carts are fun and easy to drive. They can zip along up to 15 miles per hour in the sunshine, warm air, with your foot firmly on the dashboard. Now that's living. Pacific Power Batteries has some sweet 2021 club car Tempos for sale at about half the price of a brand new one. We offer a 2 or 4 seat model with capacity rated batteries and a 30-day, no hassle, money back satisfaction guarantee. Have a look online at PacificPowerBatteries.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya guselkumab may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. This is The Huddle. Every Thursday from noon to 2.
Presented by
Hunt Services and Pacific Lamp and Supply. Let's go in! The Huddle.
You are listening to The Huddle with Dave Wyman, Michael Bumpus, and Stacy Rost. Anytime you preview a game, you got to talk about the quarterback. So let's hear from the quarterback himself, Sam Darnold, speaking with reporters now.
Man, it's great to see you guys on a Tuesday. Yeah. Another great challenge for us this week, man. Just a lot of respect for Coach Gannon and the way that, he's got his entire team going right now. That defense is rolling. They always present, issues for an offense, just all the different looks that they can give and, what they do in the back end, disguising coverages and, the guys that they have rushing the passer, the linebackers that they have. I mean, they're a really solid group. They're tough to prepare for, but we're excited for the challenge on a short week.
Speaking of their defense, when you were a rookie, you prepared for an 11-year veteran, Calais Campbell. Can you imagine you're still seeing him this 2 years later?
Yeah, man. Calais is, just the way that he's, first of all, the way that he's been able to take care of his body throughout the years. I have a lot of respect for him in doing that. What he's able to do on a football field is pretty incredible, and especially in what year is it, 18 now for him? Something like that. He's continuing to play at such a high level, so a lot of respect for him.
Matt Hasselbeck was saying this morning that he actually looked forward to these Thursday games because it forced teams to maybe simplify what they're going to do on defense and the game planning. Curious your thoughts as a quarterback in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, shoot, I don't know if that's going to slow them down. Like I said before, Coach Gannon and just all those guys on that staff, a ton of respect for them and what they can do. And again, for, that defense to be able to, do what they do and be able to play various defenses, pressuring the quarterback the way that they do and mixing it up the way that they do. Again, it's impressive stuff, and we're just going to prepare and do the best that we can to put ourselves in a good position on Thursday night.
How have you seen this offense grow basically from week 1 to week 3? I mean, a lot of the numbers look a lot better in the last couple of weeks than they did that first week.
Yeah, I think it's just continuing to know each other and to learn each other in the system and, watch the tape, be able to, learn from Sunday. What do we do, on Monday to get better from it, and continuing that process with each other. I think that's the biggest thing in communicating. The more that we communicate with each other, the more that we talk to the coaches about what we're seeing on the field and how we can just clean things up as a group. It's only going to continue to help us in the future, and we're going to continue to do that.
The run game numbers aren't where you guys want them yet, just in terms of the success, but how important is, for everything you want to do offensively, just the commitment you've shown and getting those carries?
Yeah, it's it's huge to be able to run the football in this system. we want to continue to be better, and we will be. We're going to continue to, and that's on me as well, being able to make the right checks and get us in the right play. But we're going to continue to get better and learn from, what we've been doing in the run game.
A lot of times offenses try to get the run game going, so it forces the defense to bring an extra defender down and makes the passing game better. You guys haven't had the strongest run defense, but because you're doing 12 and 21, you're getting a lot of stacked boxes, and the passing game is going well. So do you need an effective run game to have an effective pass game, or how do you see those two things kind of playing off each other?
Yeah, again, I think that's a great point. Sometimes the run game isn't going to flourish because, you are stacking the box. And when they do play shell coverage and they want to give us a lighter box, maybe, some of those runs are going to be able to pop. So, again, it's just such a balancing act with, football in general, right? It's like if you want to try to load the box and stop the run, that might be an opportunity to throw the ball. So, that's a great point. And, yeah.
What have you noticed about Raible, how he handles himself?
Gray? He's great, man. He shows a lot of poise, I will say, out on the field during game day. Just the way that he communicates. I remember in the Pittsburgh game, in that loud stadium on third down, me being able to go up to the line and make a certain call, and him coming up to me like, hey, I got the call, but some of the guys didn't. Let's try to, somehow be able to clear that up and make it a little bit better. Like those are the kind of conversations that help a team grow and become more efficient as a whole. So he's been doing a great job of communicating, especially as a rookie. You don't see that much out of rookies, and he is, I'm not going to say he's wise beyond his years, but Gray is definitely a smart football player, and he's just going to continue to get better.
Did you ever find out what he said to Brian Bruzzi to get him to get that headbutt? Usually you don't get the rookies drawing those penalties.
No, I didn't hear what he said there. I've heard him say a couple things to some guys, and, I admire the trash talk. I think Gray is, he's smart with it. He's not going to say anything that crosses the line, but he's a good trash talker, I will say.
The ability you have throwing to your left, have you kind of always had that, or how much do you kind of work on improving that?
I just work on it. I think I said it after the game, but I just, work on it a ton during the off season, OTAs, training camp, and, even during the season, I try to get as many reps full speed to the left as you can, because sometimes in practice, you want to jog or maybe not run full speed, and I think getting those full speed reps to be able to, throw on the run, whether it's throwing to someone in front of you or maybe even behind you. So just getting all the reps, all the different reps that can come up in a game is the biggest thing for me.
Before you signed here, I imagine you had heard things about Seattle, Mike McDonald,
Mm-hmm.
at least maybe even asked some people before you signed. How much of that stuff that you were curious about or that you heard has proven accurate during your time here?
Yeah, I think one of the bigger things that I've realized is the locker room. I've a lot of guys, around the league who have been in Seattle talk about the locker room being, very energetic and having really good dudes. And, that's a credit, again, to Coach McDonald and obviously, John for getting the right guys in the locker room. But it's, the energy that everybody brings on a daily basis is infectious. And, that's only going to continue to grow as we continue to learn each other and grow as a team. So it's very exciting to be a part of this team, and kind of those things that people are saying, that people have said about Seattle are, I'm seeing why people say that.
Who are some of the guys whose energy is infectious?
I got Kobe Bryant's got some good energy. Kenneth Walker, just to name a couple.
Sam, even when the run game hasn't really been working the way you have wanted it to, have you seen the commitment to it open up things like, deeper shots and whatnot down the field? Yeah, I think, it comes back to the point made, about kind of, getting certain boxes versus different looks. If you're stacking the box and, we got a run called, like we're going to be able to target it and do things that we want to do in the run game. But again, that presents opportunities to be able to throw the football. So, it's, I think that's just kind of the point, is understanding, what we need to do to target the run game and single high defenses. And then when teams want to put
want to put a shell on top of it. Like, we're going to have opportunities to be able to throw the football even in those looks. But when we do get those looks and we have a run called, I think being able to take advantage of those is going to be crucial for us.
What do you think a wide receiver needs to be capable of or demonstrate to be considered a number one?
I don't know. I feel like, that's kind of on the media to kind of put labels on guys and understanding who's a number one receiver. But, in my opinion, I think we have, 3, 4, 5. I think most of our guys, can be really good receivers in this league. They are really good receivers in this league. And so I'm just going to continue to do my job to get the ball in their hands and let them, be able to gain yards after the catch.
Not everyone's going to get a ton of targets every week, just the way
Right.
the games go. But what are some things Cooper Kupp does, even in a day where he doesn't have big numbers, that really help you guys?
Yeah, I think, the thing about Coop is he's just going to have a great attitude all the time. And I think, it is a little thing that a lot of people don't notice, but it goes a long way. No matter what kind of day he has, catching the football, he's always going to have a great attitude. And on run plays, he's going to do his job every single time. Guys can count on that. And just like I said, just the attitude that he brings and the energy that he brings to an entire offense is, invaluable.
You talked about, sometimes needing to get to a better play at the line of scrimmage. Do you
Mhm.
typically have, is there typically one alternative baked into Clint's play call, or do you have the option to audible to multiple things?
It varies. It varies based on certain calls and certain looks that we get, but we like to keep the defense on their toes.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, guys.
Darnold mentioned Cooper Kupp in his interview, and we get to hear from the veteran receiver next from Seahawks headquarters.
It's been a while since we talked magic number around here. This team does that or whoever beats the other whoever, and yeah, it's a lot. So here's a nerd who can help.
The Mariners win 3 games, Mariners win 1, the Astros lose 2, or a combination of the Tigers, the Red Sox.
Hey, thanks, Lefko. Steamrolling toward the postseason tonight. Mariners and Rockies at T-Mobile. First pitch 6:40.
Chants of the crowd getting louder and louder.
On the home of your first place Mariners. Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
What's going on, Seahawks fans? It's Cliff Averill here. I'm inviting you to come hang out with me for a free game day viewing party at Muckleshoot Casino Resort for some Thursday night football on September 25th when the Hawks take on Arizona. We'll be watching on the big screen, giving away prizes, and I'll be chatting football with Seattle sports producer Maura Dooley. Join me Thursday, September 25th at Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Find out more at muckleshootcasino.com. Please game responsibly.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Superior Linen Service. 98 years providing logoed apparel, uniforms, floor mats, linens, and more. Give us a call. We answer the phone. Superior Linen Service. Visit suplinen.com.
Stacy here. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, and when they resell it, they share half their profit with you. That's right. Sell your car to Wayscar Ford, Isuzu, and Auburn. They'll pay you today for your car, and once they resell it, they'll share half their profit with you. WayscarFord.com.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate Pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
This is the home of the Seahawks.
Going to let one fly deep. Got a man out there. Ball is caught down at the 10-yard line, and it's JSN.
Seattle Sports.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
2 days away from Thursday night football, wide receiver Cooper Kupp is speaking with reporters at Seahawks headquarters. Let's take a listen.
What's the biggest challenge getting ready for a Thursday game? Is it just cramming everything in? Is it the physical? What do you think is hard?
Yeah, it's probably a little bit of a mix of both, and I mean a lot of it is contingent on what Sunday looks like, and I think offensively guys that came out decently, a few injuries and things like that, or whatever, and guys, yeah, I think there's probably a little bit of a battle on both sides. I feel bad for the coaches, obviously. They're not getting much sleep, but for players, like, man, how much can you take care of your body? How much can you make sure you're getting turned over and ready to go, and just being able to be locked in. It's kind of one of those things where you're used to like a Monday, Tuesday kind of let down, then refocus back in for the push Wednesday to Sunday. You kind of have to just keep it going for an extended period of time when you go into these Thursday games.
When you're looking at other receivers, what things do you stand out to you when you're evaluating? What are the things that you look for in other receivers?
I think there's a lot. I mean, everyone plays the position differently. It's an art form, and so seeing guys use all these different tools, and I mean, the position changes and grows as guys come in and do things a certain way. It's like, man, that's a great way to run this route. It's a great way to do it. And then trying to grab some stuff that works for you. I think that's the thing I'm looking for all the time is, what can I use? What are some things that make sense for me? And so, like, you watch Calvin Johnson, it's like, okay, can't do much of that stuff. Like, he's his own animal. But then you watch other guys that, like, man, there's tools that you can pull from. A.J. Green was someone I loved to watch because I thought he was a technician in terms of how he ran his routes and set guys up, and we grab little things from him. And Larry Fitz was similar to that. But that's what I'm looking at. I mean, I'm not evaluating guys like a scout would and say, oh, can he play at this level or whatever. Like, I'm looking for things that can help me be better.
When you think about like the notion of this mythical #1 receiver, like what do you think that means to you? What makes someone a #1 receiver?
You just gotta be able to. I think you just gotta be able to do all of it. I guess. I think the best ones have been able to play at every level. You know, whether it's the short game and the intermediate, and being able to get over the top on people as well. If you can do that, I think you give yourself an opportunity to be someone that can be activated in every part of the game plan. And I think the best ones ever block as well, right? Because you don't want to come off the field. The ones stay on the field for the majority of the game, and they'll show a willingness to be involved in the run game. Because off of the run game comes all of your play action stuff as well. So if you want to be in on the play actions, you got to be in there for the run game.
On the Thursday games, usually you guys are playing division opponents and all that, who you know pretty well. Do you notice that there's a lot of different, like if you play Arizona on a Sunday, that it's going to be way different what you might see on a Thursday kind of thing because of the...
Yeah, maybe some stuff there, but I think these coaches are too good. They're too dialed in, and they're too impervious to lack of sleep. It seems like to be like they're going to find a way to get in what they want to do, and there might be a few things that maybe they carry over, a few more things game plan wise from the week before. I'm trying like defensive coordinators and like, man, these are some pressures maybe that you might see, and but I mean, historically, it's like, man, you go and do it expecting that they're going to bring their best stuff, and that's just kind of what it seems like this league is. Guys are just too good, coaches too good. I'm have to just prepare that way on a short week and deal with it.
Have you seen this offense grow from start of the season, week 1, where maybe it wasn't as smooth as you wanted, to what you've been able to do the last 2 games?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a big part of it is just execution. It's our own stuff as players, being able to grasp the concepts and be able to get just more and more reps at it against different looks, and being able to have answers, being able to adapt and move when things aren't the picture that we thought we were going to get, and being able to have an answer for it as players and be able to make it come alive. And there's still so much that we can do better. I mean, even this last game, when whatever the scoreboard says, whatever it does, but play by play, like, man, there's a lot to improve on, a lot that we can do better, and a lot that's left on the table. And so, we've taken that approach, and it's going to continue to get better as we kind of go through the year and stack these reps against different looks, and it should just be something that we just continue to get better and better at.
Do you think you and Jackson are getting better at working off one another?
Yeah, I think I think that's something that I think all the guys, man, it's like, how much can we play for each other? And there's part of it is also understanding when that comes to life. You have a concept up, and it's like, hey, everyone's running their route to win. And then there's like a very small amount of times where it's like, yeah, you're running your route to win, but you're also running a route to get someone else open. And understanding when that comes up, because it's not all the time. It's like, when you can't just be trying to get someone open when you're the throw, and understanding when that needs to be activated, when those little nuances, when those little things can come to life. And I think everyone's kind of learning that and figuring that out, and also understanding Sam. What are the things that Sam wants to see? How does he see the offense going, and his progressions and things like that? Because you can work really hard to get someone open, but Sam's looking the other way. And so understanding the timing of that, we're getting there, and I think it's going to be something that's going to continue to get better.
You guys have the most explosive passing offense in the NFL so far. How? Why? Why is that working?
Guys have made plays when it's come up. We've also been able to, Clint's done a good job activating plays against some coverages that allow the ball to go over the top. We've had some opportunities where we're, activating underneath throws and being able to run for explosives. There's a mixture of both those things, and I think it comes back to just guys playing fast and decisive, and certainly being able to have some where you have times where, like, man, the run game, we're trying to get it going, but Clint's commitment to that and saying, hey, we're going to continue to run the ball even if it's not feeling explosive right now, helps soften up all the other stuff that we've got going on as well. And I think it's just guys making the most of those opportunities when they come up.
What are you seeing from the Cardinals defense when you put on tape?
It's really similar to what it's been like, that defense. You've got Buddha, who's kind of, he's going to fly around. You got to match his energy, if not exceed it. And he's got the, Jalen Thompson's there. Been with those guys have been there for a while and playing off each other, and both kind of embody that same thing, that kind of relentless mindset to be around the ball. Play physical. I think they got a couple of linebackers that can run really well and run and hit, diagnose things, and obviously spent some time watching that front. That's I think been improved quite a bit, and those guys are getting after the setting edges and getting after things up front. So I don't know. It's just been it's a real similar thing to what we've seen in the last few years, and I think the coordinator there has done a good job of mixing in a few different things. And you're used to seeing that 3 safety rover set. It's kind of been a different structure than you've seen in the league for a while, but that kind of is still a part of their identity, and but mixing in some other things as well. So they present a great challenge, man, in terms of how they insert safeties into the run fits and things like that, which makes it fun for receivers and offensive linemen to try to make sure we're targeting things the right way.
When a quarterback is good at off script or like secondary plays like Sam has been through a few weeks, how does that help the offense?
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. You obviously want to limit those. You don't want Sam having to deal with free runners and stuff like that. But those are going to happen too. I mean, those guys on the other side of the ball get paid to play this game at a high level too, and so those are things are going to happen. Sam's done a great job of being able to escape, and I think it's a great reminder for us at receiver. Like, man, you got to keep playing through the down, because Sam's going to extend plays, and those become big time plays for us. We've done a great job creating explosives off of those in that same vein. And so we got to continue to work that, continue to practice it as well, because it is something that does take practice to be able to play, extending plays like that. But Sam's been doing an awesome job with that. Made some big plays for us the last few weeks.
Let's learn more about Thursday's opponent, the Arizona Cardinals, with ESPN's Josh Weinfuss next.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 38, Max Strong, fullback. Certainly one of the great Seahawks of all time. Selfless player, leader on that offense, played special teams, and was a great receiver out of the backfield.
The Hawks aim for their 3rd straight win, playing under the Thursday night lights in Arizona against the division rival Cardinals. Kickoff 5:15, pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
You're losing your hair, and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all 3 like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured in Washington, designed for Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer and warmer in the winter. To celebrate the start of football season, the guys at Harley Exteriors are offering no interest and no payments for an entire year. Also, buy one window and get the second one 40% off. And take another $200 off your entire project. Call 833-HARLEY. That's 833-HARLEY. Or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-486-9600. That's 800-486-9600.
The Bump and Stacy Show is powered in part each day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
Let's learn a bit more about this week's opponent with ESPN's Josh Weinfuss here to talk about the Arizona Cardinals. Josh, I always have the hardest time pinning down exactly what to expect from the Cardinals. Sometimes I look and I go, well, there's some really intriguing talent here. And then sometimes they run into bad luck or there's just other controversy going on. What were your own expectations for the Cardinals entering the season?
You know, I thought this was going to be a team that was going to hang its head on its defense for a while. Simply because they revamped the front seven, they improved the pass rush, they got stronger against the run, and that part's kind of held up, right? This defense has been really good this year. I had questions about the offense, and those kind of the questions are coming to fruition, right? Like I thought this team could be good enough to go to the playoffs based on the defense, and I figured once the offense kind of got clicking, that it would, with help from their schedule, kind of win enough games to kind of control their own destiny. But through 3 games, I don't know if that's still going to be the case. This team has struggled to really kind of put it all together offensively. The defense has been carrying them, but they are a couple of tweaks away, and I just don't know if this team can make those tweaks. I don't even want to say in time at all this season.
Hey, Josh, went pretty heavy defense in the draft. Who's been the best rookie so far this year?
That's a hard question because the first round pick Walter Nolan isn't playing because of an injury. Jordan Birch, outside linebacker from Oregon, he's looked okay. They really haven't had kind of a star rookie yet. We thought it was going to be Will Johnson, the cornerback, second round pick out of Michigan, but he hurt his groin in week 2, so he didn't play in week 3. No one's really kind of stood out, right? Guys have been injured, guys have been going up and down, fluctuating, kind of riding that roller coaster of the rookie year. So no one's really stood out from the rookie class yet.
Hey, what do you expect out of Benson with Connor going down? He's going to get the nod. What do you see?
I think it's going to be. See, it's very interesting because Benson is a little bit of in some ways, a younger version of James Conner. He's a downhill runner, not as powerful, but quicker, a little more elusive than Conner. So there are things that Trey Benson can do that James Conner cannot do, and there are things that Conner can do that Benson cannot do. But he's improved as a catcher, as a receiver. He really worked on it this offseason. The one thing with Benson, though, if you give him a hole and he can kind of hit that afterburner, he's very hard to bring down because of the combination of his size and speed. He's a challenge in that second and third level. So if the Cardinals can get him going and get him through the line of scrimmage, which was a big problem Sunday against the Niners, then he could be a factor. But he needs to get through. And he's not one of those like James Conner. You can give him the ball, he'll just bulldoze his way through the first 2-3 yards and find a hole after that. That's not Trey Benson's game, right? And it needs to be. It needs to be a little bit better at that. And the offensive line needs to make some holes for him a little bit better than they have been in the past. So I think he can carry the load. It's going to he'll probably get the majority of the snaps, followed by Amari DeMarcado, Bam Knight. We'll probably see a little bit of Michael Carter come up and he'll be active. But I think we'll see a little bit of committee, but mostly it'll be handled by Benson.
Hey, I'd love to talk about the pass game a bit. Marvin Harrison Jr., I remember being like an odds-on favorite for Offensive Rookie of the Year, and I think people were thinking back to, oh my God, remember that deep shot to DeAndre Hopkins? Now Kyler Murray can, show off his arm a bit with Harrison Jr., and it doesn't sound like it's been the connection that maybe Cardinals fans were hoping it could be, at least not consistently. What's kept it from being that?
Yeah, that might be the understatement of the century, actually. It's been a struggle, right? These guys have not been able to figure this out. They weren't on the same page last season. All we heard all season was that they're fine. They worked on it all off season. Their timing's good. Their relationship's good on and off the field. But there's something missing still. They move Harrison more in the slot than last year. He was kind of the X guy, that guy out wide all last season. And he's just not getting the ball, and he had a couple chances last week, and he just couldn't come down with it. And Jonathan Gannon has been very blunt so far, and he's basically said, in order for this offense to be elite, the ball has to go through Marvin Harrison Jr. And when the ball's not going through him, this offense isn't elite, and it's not very good, quite frankly, and they know that. Because when he's struggling, the defense can key in on the run and Trey McBride, and it kind of takes away the entire offense right there. So we don't really know the answer just yet. We're still trying to figure it out. I think they're still trying to figure it out. But Kyler he's quick to go away from him if he's covered. I think he sees how defenses are playing him, and they're trying to take Marvin Harrison Jr. out of the game plan, and they're doing a good job of it so far.
Josh, how is Kyler Murray? Is there anything different about him in his 7th year that you've noticed, and just throughout camp and his leadership and things like that? Has anything changed? Has he come back and surprised you with something in year 7?
I think and this just comes with time and age, but I think he's more mature, right? We can see that the way he leads, the way he talks, the way he plays. We're seeing a more mature Kyler Murray, and his decision making is more mature. The one thing they really stressed this offseason was take the check down, take the easy pass. Don't force it. You don't need to be the hero all the time. Throw it away, hold if you're going to get sacked, like stuff like that. And he's adhering to that. He's really doing it. So we're seeing the growth, but it's not translating to productivity. And whether that's Marvin Harrison's fault, the defense's fault, Kyler's fault, like it might be a little bit of all of it. But we're just not seeing him take that step in terms of, throwing for 300 yards a game and then, running for 100 yards a game. We're not seeing that. We're just seeing kind of this growth as a person, but this team needs to see more growth in an offense.
Vegas has the Cardinals as 1-point favorites in this game. That surprised me a little bit. I understand them being at home. Were you surprised, or are you surprised by that, or do you feel like that's appropriate?
That's the first time I'm hearing that. So, yeah, I guess it's a home field advantage. I mean, 1 point in the NFL, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, I don't know. I just feel like that. Their defense is really good. I think that's kind of probably where that sits between the defense and being at home. I think that's kind of maybe that's what Vegas is thinking, but I don't know. I like the way they have not been able to close out a game yet. Right? The offense has not been able to really be like, we're going to dominate the 4-minute drill. We're going to hold on to the football. We're going to get the necessary first downs and milk the clock. And that could be an issue this week, especially if this offense cannot get going early. And Seattle, the way they dominated Kyler Murray last season has lingered in this locker room, right? Guys are still talking about it. It's still an issue. It's come up a few times already in the course of the year without even before this week. So the players know what's at stake. And they also know, like, as much as they don't want to talk about it, like, if they lose this game, you're 0-2 in the division, you're 2-2 for the season. That's a big swing, right? So, 1 point, I don't know, but it surprises me a little bit.
He's ESPN's Josh Weinfuss, kind enough to join us for an opponent preview here so we can learn a bit more about the Cardinals ahead of primetime face-off between these two teams. Thanks, Josh. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Josh.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one. Well, those were our questions about the Cardinals for Josh. Let's go over our lingering questions about the Seahawks next with John Boyle.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Celebrating 50 years of Seahawks football.
Number 38, Max Strong, fullback. Certainly one of the great Seahawks of all time. Selfless player, leader on that offense, played special teams, and was a great receiver out of the backfield.
The Hawks aim for their third straight win, playing under the Thursday night lights in Arizona against the division rival Cardinals. Kickoff 5:15, pregame at 2.
On the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be like really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Eric Johnson here. I spent the past 30 years working to help make our community better informed, better protected when it comes to consumer issues, and better equipped to take on whatever life throws at us. That's why I love the free Washington Accident book series from Davis Law Group. These books keep us better informed about the law, better able to protect ourselves on and off the road, and better off when all is said and done after an accident. Chris Davis didn't have to write these books. He did it because he saw a need. People who were in accidents or other legal situations didn't know what to do, what pictures to take, documents to request. Only a tiny fraction of the people who get these free books will ever become clients of Davis Law Group, but that's not the point. Chris wrote them because it was the right thing to do. The free Washington Accident book series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the road might throw at them. Get yours at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Back to the huddle, only on the home of the Seahawks, Seattle Sports.
John Boyle joining us right now. Take a quick look back at the Saints, but obviously a Thursday night football game to preview, and then we're going to wrap up with some predictions for this game. But first, quickly, New Orleans Saints, Seattle scores 44 points, their most in, I think, 2 years. I think immediately my thought is, oh, they won because of special teams, and that's why they won. But I think upon further review, I'm left thinking about the defense. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, to me, they won in all three phases, which is what you have to do in the NFL to blow a team out. As you mentioned, their defense pretty much had the Saints stifled all game. They had a couple drives, but it was a pretty dominant effort, really, all three phases. Again, the offense goes 7 straight possessions scoring before eventually turning the offense over to Drew Lock. But it was, just pretty thorough team effort all around.
I got a chance to talk to Jay Harbaugh a couple of times, and he doesn't remind me of his dad, really, from what I've seen. But what's the dynamic thing about him? Because special teams have been fantastic.
I mean, one point I like that Mike McDonald made when he was asked about, I was like, this is a guy that's coached like all over football, like in terms of not different locations, although he has coached different places, but different position groups, different sides of the ball, which really pays off in special teams because you're kind of coaching everything in special teams. You got to have tackling, blocking, dynamic playmakers. And you're coaching most of the roster. I mean, most guys on a team are playing special teams. So that experience he's had coaching different position groups, I think really helps him be good at that. And then obviously, you come up in football the way he did with your dad and your uncle being who they are, you're going to pick up a lot of knowledge on the way.
Yeah. Do you wear Seahawk gear every day?
Most days.
Yeah.
It's,
I don't think I've never. Only time I saw you out of Seahawk gear was at the airport. That's it.
They give you free clothes.
Yeah.
It's just kind of easy.
So why wouldn't you wear them?
Yeah, it's just easier.
What percentage of your wardrobe is free?
We are getting off topic here. I don't know.
That's what I do.
I mean, earlier we were talking about birthdays.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to get off topic, let's talk about Cal Raleigh MVPs.
Just the rest of the 10 minutes. We're like,
I'm okay
here's
with
what
that.
Aaron Judge isn't doing.
I'll go in on that.
Do you feel like this offense misses DK? Like 3 games in, no DK. How are you feeling about it?
I mean, look, every team would love a guy who's that big and that fast, but it's not really about like, I don't really love Cooper Kupp replaced DK Metcalf or whatever. Like, that's not really what they were doing. It was a overall long-term roster decision of contract stuff and a guy's going to be traded, and then you pivot and you go add other receivers. But, I mean, the last two games, week one, the offense wasn't great. I think that was just sort of them finding their way a little bit and also facing a darn good opponent. But with what this offense wants to be, I think they have plenty of firepower with who they have. I mean, they've been moving the ball really well, passing game in particular these last 2 weeks. And Jackson Smith-Njigba looks legitimately like one of the best receivers in the NFL right now. So, yeah, I mean, look, would every team love a 6'3", 230-pound receiver who runs a 4.3? Sure, but are they getting by pretty well with what they have? I think so.
Are you expecting a low-scoring game? We were just joined by Josh Weinfuss of ESPN, who kind of had a lot of praise for the Arizona Cardinals' defense. Yeah. Seattle's defense has held opponents to 17 or fewer for 3 straight. Is that what you're expecting?
I mean, you look at kind of the strength of these teams and what they've done this season, yes, but then you look at Thursday night in Arizona and chaos. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, weird games have happened down there. So if the numbers and the talent on these teams says it should be a low-scoring defensive game, then it's probably going to be like 35-30. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, both these teams have some weapons, so you can't just assume low-scoring. But when, again, you look at what the Cardinals, both these teams have been very hard to run on this year. They're both holding opponents well under 4 yards a carry, and it's hard to move the ball when you can't run it.
I saw Josh Jobe being interviewed in the postgame, and he just continually shows up in my notes. I mean, he's been amazing. Just tell us about what you've seen from him. It doesn't look like maybe not a media guy.
No, I mean, I don't think he's been necessarily like a guy looking for the spotlight and being up there. But he's willing. He'll do it when they ask him, and he's very nice about it. But I mean, Mike McDonald loves to bring him up as a story that really you can relate to everyone on the team, especially when they preach this 70-man roster idea of, hey, you can be on the practice squad and you're an important part of this team. And that's where Josh Jobe was at this time last year. It was that Atlanta game. They had a bunch of injuries. He comes up, plays his butt off, and kept playing well, and now he's a starter for them. And there's a good lesson there for a lot of guys. But, yeah, I mean, he's just been so solid. He does not get intimidated by the moment. He's not the biggest guy, but he plays big. He's tough. He's physical. We'll see him throwing his body around. So, yeah, I mean, love what he's doing, and they love kind of using him as a story to show other guys. And we're seeing it. I mean, last week they had 3 of their top defensive backs were injured, and that secondary played great.
Yeah. How are we feeling about the offensive line? Good.
I mean, they'd be the first to say they want to run the ball better. The rushing numbers aren't great right now, but they're protecting really well, and I like the combination of guys they have. They're young. I think they're going to grow together as a unit. I love Raible, what he's doing for a guy 3 weeks into his NFL career. He's playing awesome. So, yeah, I mean, no sacks last week, only 3 all season. Some of that is Darnold. He's really good at getting the ball out. He's made some guys miss when he's had to, but I love the direction that unit's going. I think they're already ahead of where they were last year with a lot of room to grow.
You mentioned, or rather Dave did, Josh Jobe, maybe not like big media guy, but willing to do those interviews. Who is a media guy? Like, who are your favorite guys to talk to?
Oh, man. I mean, there's so many of them. I mean, the guys we had at the podium just today, like Leo's great up there, and Cooper Kupp's been awesome. Cooper Kupp's a guy that he went up there and talked to the media for almost 20 minutes. Nothing really about him or his play, just talking about the team, the offense, just different big picture things. But, yeah, I mean, Julian Love's a great one. Love hearing from him. Hopefully, he's healthy so we can talk to him again soon. But, yeah, Spoon's always fun in every walk of life, media, on the field, everything. Love Spoon. But, yeah, I mean, there's tons of good guys in that room, tons of good media guys.
There was a story a couple of weeks ago about how Mike McDonald, he was saying
another big media guy, Mike McDonald.
Yeah,
he loves
it, doesn't he?
His favorite part of the job.
Well, he handles it really well.
Oh, he's great.
He has a good little sense of humor.
Yeah, he just likes to give himself a hard time about it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, but he was talking about how Ernest Jones doesn't mind him talking to him too much, and then he said sometimes when he comes to the sidelines, he looks at me like, okay, that's enough. But just that relationship and how he's handling the defense right now, and just some of the communication that's going on between him and his players.
Yeah, it's funny. Mike's talked about that. Like, different middle linebackers are different. Some guys, like, they want the call and just shut up, and then some guys want to hear the coach talking all the way till they cut that off. And Ernest definitely kind of leans to the other side of that. And, it's been cool ever since Ernest Jones got here. He's talked about just how connected he feels with Mike McDonald, the way they see football. I think Ernest was so impressed with how well Mike McDonald just not only knows the game, but communicates it to guys. And it's, what those two have done together has really helped turn this defense around from where it was midway through last season.
We spoke to Rob Staton today, and he mentioned that I always mess his name up.
Staton.
Staton, thank
Close
you.
enough. I knew who you meant. Our British friend.
Yeah, our British friend.
Yes.
And he said that there might be a need for another receiver here. I disagreed. I think they're fine. What do you think?
I mean, look, I really like what they have, and I think they can win a lot of football games with what they have. But if you ask the guy who builds this roster, John Schneider, he's going to say, yeah, we're looking, because they are always looking at everything. It's if you're a good general manager or, personnel guy in general, you're not saying, oh, man, we got it. This is our perfect 53. Let's go on vacation until the draft. Like, they're always working on this. And, so if they see an opportunity and the right guy's available, or if, unfortunately injuries are part of this game, if you need some depth, there's definitely, that's something they can look at. But you could say that about every position on the team.
You guys are going to hate my little wrap-up question.
Ooh, can't wait.
It's only been 3 games.
That's the way to preface it,
You're going to be
Stacy.
so annoyed
Nice.
with it. Well, I was inspired by Boyle jokingly saying we
inspire
should
people
talk
a lot,
about
yes.
Cal Raleigh, and so my mind just naturally went to the MVP conversation. You already know where it's going. You're going to be so mad it's after 3. The MVP for the Seahawks, well, through 3 games, who's so far been the one where you're like, man, this guy's just blowing me away. We'll go Boyle, Wyman bump.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, the easy answer is always the quarterback, because that's football. Like, that guy affects the outcome of a team more than any other.
I
And
bet you're
Sam
impressed
Darnold's-
by average, huh?
No.
Wow.
OPS.
OPS.
But Sam Darnold's been awesome. But if we're going to say anyone else, just to not make it as hard or as obvious with the quarterback, I think it's got to be JSN. I mean, when you have one receiver producing like he is, what he's meant to that offense through 3 weeks, it's been so impressive. And I think there's tons of guys on defense you could name, but because there's so many, I think we talk value, like what JSN's done stands out.
Leonard Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then number 2, Jaron Reed. Those 2 guys they're the reason why they can only, they only have to rush 4. And I did a little thing on them called Feats of Strength where, both of those guys had plays where it was just pure power. And it wasn't about a pass rush move. It wasn't about, being savvy and knowing ball or anything like that. It was just pure violence. Love that.
It's JSN, but I'm going Darion Kendrick.
Oh, there you go. I like it. I like the shout out for Darion Kendrick. All right. So again, reminder, Thursday night football. What time is pregame?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock pregame. Obviously postgame as well, hosted by Michael Bumpus. Don't forget to read Boyle's work.
Boyle!
Follow him on x.com for updates. Wyman on the call. With the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Raible. I'm Stacy Ross. This has been The Huddle.
You've been listening to The Huddle, exclusively on Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports on YouTube, and the Seattle Sports app. Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks. MLB Network insider John Morosi with Wyman and Bob.
We look forward to it each and every week. Look at that smile. He's already smiling.
This is a really good Seattle team that looks like a division winner. They're playing like it, and their closest competition, their flaws are showing up in the worst possible time. So they should win the division. They probably will. The Seattle Mariners right now are the best team in the American League West, and there are plenty of people who think they might be the best team in the entire league.
See the full conversation on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan from Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. We've been fortunate to work with over 4,000 local people and help them hit some pretty amazing weight loss goals. I'm joined by 2 of them right now, Mike Salk and Ryan Rowland-Smith. Mike, you were able to lose about 1 pound per day for over a month, 35 pounds in total.
Well, as much as I'd love to take all the credit, really, I was just following the plan. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic made it super easy, and there really was no part I struggled with. I was eating delicious, fresh food, all while losing weight. The accountability from your team was great. It just helped me keep the focus. I felt catered to the entire way, and I think Ryan really had a similar experience.
No doubt about it. I just finished up the program, and I can't believe how well it worked. I wish I would have started sooner. Talk about motivation. Salt, thanks for the recommendation.
No surgery, no exercise, no packaged meals, no drugs or injections. Just delicious food and a plan that works. Schedule a free 15-minute consultation today at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I had pain. I had numbness in my feet. That pain and that numbness just got worse and worse and worse as time went on.
This is Greg describing life with neuropathy.
I went to 5 podiatrists, tried different treatments, tried different orthotics, tried different shoes, had cortisone shots in the tops and the bottoms of my feet. Saw a neurologist. All my medical doctors said, can't help you. Live with the pain. You're not going to be able to sleep. This is your life. And then I just gave up until I found Sound Pain Solutions.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, drug and pain-free procedures that help neuropathy sufferers like Greg find relief.
I feel better. I mean, just feeling better is huge.
If you experience numbness, shooting or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 for Kids.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, the Mariners get back to it after a day off. They welcome the Colorado Rockies to town for a 3-game series before wrapping up their regular season with the Dodgers in town in what is a sellout, that Dodger series. And we'll see how many seats are available for the Rockies tonight, and you'll catch it all right here starting at 4 o'clock with the pregame, or excuse me, 5:30 with the pregame show. 6:40 first pitch, Seattle Sports on 710. A couple other games going on to keep an eye on. Tigers on the road to take on the Guardians for a 3-game series. That begins this afternoon. Also coming up, Yankees and White Sox get together. If the Yankees beat the White Sox and the Mariners beat the Rockies, the Mariners secure their playoff spot. The Red Sox on the road to take on the Blue Jays as well. Other news going on in the world of the NFL. The New York Giants are planning to bench quarterback Russell Wilson in favor of first-round rookie draft pick Jackson Dart after just 3 games. Dart's first start will come at home this Sunday against the undefeated LA Chargers at MetLife Stadium.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports